Here we go. Guys, I think we are officially live. We are officially live. Welcome to the BTR stream. I am your host, Lev Polyakov. It is a great pleasure to be joined by Yakov Alive and Araman. How do you say your name, sir? And can you hear us as well? And we're also joined by Gio as well, who's coming in right now. So, Mehran, can you hear us?
Okay.
Hello. Yes, you are back. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself, because you are a newcomer to the BTR stream?
Yeah. Well, I'm a lecturer at the university in Sweden, and right now I am engaged in many topics. One of them are, the recent trends in practical philosophy, political directions of them, and as well as geopolitics, geostrategies, future things concerning the future of mankind and those stuff. And of course, the Iranian Renaissance is also one of my topics, and of course what's going on in the opposite side, the Abrahamic Western world as well.
Well, we're definitely going to get into that, and we are also joined by the great Gio Panicietti. For anybody who wants to help us out in this thing we're building, other than subscribing, which you guys should also be doing, don't forget to go to patreon.com/breaktherules with a 3 in the, and when you become a $20 patron, you get an exquisite print from my main man, Gio himself, sitting right here. And Gio, how are you?
All right. Yeah. I'm doing better. So.
I love the beads that you have. Is that a rosary, or is that what are you
Yeah, that's actually from Montreal. It's made by monks, but I had to modify the cross section fell off, so I had to take a piece of string. I always wear it, so.
Nice. Well, I think you're definitely going to have something to talk with Mehran about as far as this difference between some Christianity, Islam, and Judaism versus the religion that came out of Iran, if we're talking about not even just Zoroastrianism, but also Mithraism as well. That is something that I would love to get into. And we also have Yakov and Jugs coming in hot right now. How are you, Jugs?
Nice.
From the
Guys,
perfume.
how's it going?
It's going great.
Good to speak with you.
From the Perfume Nationalist podcast, I highly recommend everybody check that out. And Jugs was kind enough to send me not send me a sample, that would also be pretty nice, but send me a link to a perfume that you would recommend for me based on my love of frankincense. In fact, I have some frankincense right over there on the side, just waiting to smell it and also chew it. I don't know if you chew frankincense. I don't know who are the hands that have been handling this frankincense that I got. Maybe I'm getting some parasites inside, but maybe that's just gonna make me stronger.
I would boof it to be safe.
What do you mean boof it?
You chew it to get that jawline, right? I've heard people do it.
Well, it's a replacement for mastic gum because I ran out of the mastic gum. I love mastic gum. That is something that I highly recommend everybody to try out. And Yakov, you are also going to be having a show tonight. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Skinwalker Tapes will be live tonight from bitwave.tv/Yakov Alive. We're going to talk about cryptids with our friend Serpent Mound. Probably going to spotlight Bigfoot because that's what everybody really wants to hear about. I've been doing my research, finding the video evidence. I've been getting all the hot takes. Yeah, that'll be happening 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on bitwave.tv/Yakov Alive. It's going to be fun.
Nice. I'm a big fan of cryptids myself. I remember my dad was telling me a story about the Yeti, how the Yetis used to go and freeze everybody, not with ice, but psychically freeze people in a village, and then take a cow and just eat the cow right there, and then just leave the half cow carcass, and then everybody just wakes up from their psychic paralysis.
There's a lot of theorizing about that, whether it's infrasound, something that tigers use to paralyze their prey, or if there's something more at work here. Frankly, I've been going on the rabbit hole that Bigfoot is some sort of interdimensional shapeshifter, something. So anything's possible, really. I'm terrified of that motherfucker.
Yeah, I don't want to run into him. I mean, in a way, this is why I'm happy that we as human beings do have a shield that protects us from a lot of these astral entities. Like, the more you start getting into something like DMT, the more you start getting into Kundalini Yoga, various other practices in meditation. It just seems to me like you're going to start running into things that the shield has not prepared you for. Especially, I think, if you take drugs, because that is like, I know you've had a DMT experience, but like to me, that's like I'm leaning in Aryan Cowboys territory when it comes to that. As far as like, I don't want to break the door open prematurely, so that some weird shit's gonna happen to me. So I don't know what your take on that is. And by the way, those who have not done so yet, please put in your social media handles as well. That goes for you, Yakov. People have been asking, dying to know how they can find the great Yakov alive on Twitter.
At Yakov Radomski on Twitter. Yeah, I've had some experiences with these, I don't know, interdimensional entities, whatever. I've always been of the opinion, and I don't want to say always, I've generally been of the opinion that they can't actually hurt you. They might be able to break your mind, but I have had some experiences that have made me think otherwise. Like maybe they can take over your body while you, I don't know, leave you in the ether or something like that. So who knows?
Well, I don't know. How about Mehran? What is your opinion of these spectral entities, like the DMT entities that people encounter when they take that stuff?
I don't know. You have to update me because those things are quite unknown to me. So I have to be updated. I'm not,
Well, for
from
example,
your generation. So
no, I don't even think that
explain.
matters, honestly. So the best that I can explain it is the closest thing that I see to these entities in, let's say, Iranian and Arabic folklore is the
The
jinn.
jinn?
Yes,
Yeah.
the jinn, and also
the
the
gin. Okay. All
yeah,
right. All
there we
right.
go.
All right. Sure. This is the folklore, but of course, I'm not an expert on those topics. Except the fact that during my childhood and of course later on I've been more and more interested in those topics, but now I have getting involved to the reality behind flying carpets and jeans in the bottle and all those Persian stuff. There's nothing Arabic into them, but uh, one thing is for sure that the whole region, if you for example pick up fairy tales from Egypt, they're also they have Persian roots as well, because what is Persia in my mindset. For example, during the ancient times, the 27th dynasty of Egypt is just Persians, Darius and Cambyses and so on. There's, some kind of, club 27, 27 is a magic number, and then after some, another, maybe many centuries later in 900s, you had the Fatimites, and it was another, Iranian revival under the realm of Islam. It was, as Giorgiani told it, it was some kind of exile, Babylon in exile in Egypt.
Well, they were in support of Fatima, right?
And so on.
They were in support
Pardon?
of Fatima, so they were
Yeah,
fans.
Fatima, yeah. Sure.
She was the daughter of the Prophet Muhammad, and there was this big brouhaha with who gets to be the caliph, where the Sunnis, they wanted it to be Abu Bakr, and that was the lineage, and the Shiites wanted it to be Ali. And since now, I mean, you know about this more than I do, the amount of fighting that goes on in Islam within the Sunnis and the Shiites. Is the blood still hot? Is it still?
Yeah, it definitely. But at the same time, I think that the meaning of those folklore is to gather rather than to diverse the region. I mean, you have the Fatimites, and then you have these so-called assassins, and the Fatimites were defeated, if I'm not misinformed, by the Salahuddin, the Sunni, leader, coming from the Kurdish area. It's also, Iranian, but another kind of Iranians. So the Arabs are, the statists. They're not playing any major role, and you have the Turks. The Turks are coming in, and there are a lot of dynamics going on, and it's exactly the same situation now. First the Iranians, now you have the Turks coming in and wanting to regain their role as a caliphate in the in the region, and there are a lot of as you see, Israel, Iran, and Turkey. They are the major players, and the Arabs are just um, not the significant players, more than reacting to American policies and so on. But the very interesting issue is the role the interconnection between the so-called assassins, Hassan Sabah and those things, in the Lebanon, and the Crusaders. And then we come into this very area of, magic and all those stuff, the forbidden knowledge. When they returned to Europe, then they were persecuted by the church and the French king, and so on. So we have to get a holistic vision on the history. So we can come back to those topics, but I think what you told about the Mithraism is more relevant to our time than Zoroastrianism, because Zoroastrianism is something. I cannot return to that kind of thinking. I remain inside the realm of Islam rather than But of course, the Iranian Renaissance is going on beneath this Islamic surface until it's maybe vanishing.
So something that Giorgiani was talking about, and I would love to get everybody's input on this as well, is that when it comes to something like Shia Islam, which according to Giorgiani is a lot more interpretive, where like certain leaders could have certain ways of interpreting without necessarily sticking to a very concrete formula, which gives it an opportunity, as far as according to Giorgiani, to be much, let's say, much more inclined to various reforms that may come later on that would be a lot more Promethean in nature, not just sticking to a particular formula. So you say that's pretty much correct.
Before you arrived, I had a major talk. Talk with a Iranian, really believing in Shia in a traditional way. I told him, the Shia Islam has been through a lot of, phases. I'm coming from Gilan. My parents, Gilan, it was called Daylam. And you have, tribes, Arabic tribes in Iraq, in Western Iraq, in Al-Anbar, Fallujah and those places. And those tribes, their name is Dilaim. And you have the Gilani people in Pakistan and the Indians, subcontinent, and also in Eastern Africa. So
is this the right one that I have
this
over here?
kind of, dynasty thinking, they had their own Shia. But, during the Safavid era in 1500s and so on, that kind of Shia, according to the historians, it was generated by Jewish scholars converting to Islam and reinterpreting Islam in their way. And all those end time stories, we Iranians are familiar with what kind of eschatology and those things, is going to be about, is, very Jewish. And many critics talk about, Shia Zionism. But they're talking about why this all focus about Jerusalem and conquering Jerusalem and not conquering Ctesiphon. Your background is Babylon. And that's the dichotomy, which I find very interesting, dividing the Iranian society, at least the Iranian Zarathustrian society. Should we, focus on Ctesiphon reconquering our old capital, Babylon, or sidelining with the US, Israel, and so on, and resisting all those, efforts against reconquering Jerusalem.
Do you think some of the motivation there is simply because of what Jews have done in Israel to the Muslims who have lived there forever?
I don't think so. I think what I'm trying to say is that Shia, according to Sunni, is a heretic movement. And as a heresy, you cannot say, okay, you stop here, because then you have Baha'i, right? And the critics talk about Judaism number one, Judaism number two is Christianity. Judaism number three is Islam. Judaism number four is Shia. And number five is Baha'i. And number six is Marxist, and so on. So they have their own skepticism. And they see, all those, efforts as part of the same strategy, which they call, as I interpret it, as a 3,000 years of assault against the paradise called Iran. And by that, they mean that the Abrahamic religion is the manifestation of Ahriman itself. And their critique toward the Judaism is that when you entered Babylon and interconnected with the Iranian, uh, uh, theologians and magicians and all those kind of, the Iranian religion, you misinterpreted, what Satan was. So the entrance of Satan into what Jung called, the book of Job,
Yeah.
all that thing is that no, Satan is not a creation of God. Satan is something completely different. Satan or Ahriman is another menu. You talk about Ahura Mazda and angry menu. Menu is nothing negative. Menu means a different entity. And then they say that, okay, the Abrahamic, way of monotheism. Monotheism is the root of evil. That's what Jews say, that this is our best invention ever. It's your most fatal misunderstanding.
Why is that duality so important that we've lost? Is it because it reflects a duality in man that we can learn about ourselves? Or I'm kind of lost in what you're saying, to be honest. I don't know if are these gods like Ahriman, Ahura Mazda, are they actually gods, or do they represent something within us?
Ahura Mazda is, the wise lord, or Ahura Mazda as, a way of, a good God, good constructive God. And it cannot be, this God doesn't want you any harm. It doesn't want to test you. If this Ahura Mazda is the Almighty God, why should they test its creature that they know? He knows that you cannot, resist certain temptations or tests and so on. So there is nothing into, this necessary evil and things like that.
Can there be growth without testing, though? If we were not subjected to certain things, some of which would be, let's say, evil by any standard as far as experiencing hardship, would that lack of testing not result in not just us turning into animals eventually, where we don't have anything to strive against, where we're just, living like in an Eden sort of environment, not really testing ourselves?
Yeah. But according to them, I'm not a Zarathustran. I'm not an expert in its theology. But there is something very interesting: is that before you are created, they reason like this: do you want to take this fight against darkness, evil? Because there's a choice. There's always a choice. There's a constructive choice and a destructive one. So you have always a choice to make. And there is, that dualism. It's a very, very interesting thing, and is that I mean, there's a lot of angels and Amshas Pandan and things like that. We are supporting you. And there are a lot of gods. Mitra is a god. Nahid is a god. Bahram is a god. There's a lot of gods, And another accusation to the Judaism after monotheism is that you killed our gods. You killed Baal. You killed Marduk. You killed all of them.
Yeah, you
It's
guys
some
remember
kind
Baal?
of, Emile Zola, Jacques. Allah killed our, the fire temples again and again and again. So they admit openly, we are polytheists.
I want to get to Geo on this subject, but before I do, I wanted to give a chance to everybody else who has not responded yet to respond. This is Free for All Friday, so we pretty much talk about whatever the hell we want. We're starting to talk about the origin of a lot of these different religions and what the conflicts happen to be here, and I would love to hear your input on that. But before I give the floor, I just wanted to say, everybody, don't forget to subscribe, and also something that I did not say yet. If you guys want to give us some crypto, I'm not sure whether Bitcoins work right now. I think Ethereum works. If anybody has Ethereum, all you have to do is just go to the bottom section over here in the description where it says support us, cryptocurrencycheckout.com. If you go to that link, whatever it is that you put in is going to be displayed on the screen along with whatever message you want to tell us, as well as if you go to streamlabs.com/levjules, on the lower right corner, there's a link to it in the description as well. Go there. Send us a message, help us wet our beak, and we are going to respond to whatever it is that you're going to post prominently on the screen. So with that being said, let's go to Saturnalia, then Sasha, then Jugs, and then Jakob, and then Geo. I would love for you to respond on what Mehran was talking about.
So I'm not a deep expert on Iranian theology. I've been reading some interesting articles lately, though, about a resurgence in the percentage of Iranians who do identify as Zoroastrians. I'm not deeply familiar, but does the professor have any input on that? That there seems to have been in the last even 5 years a return to the Zoroastrian theology in Iran.
Well, it's a very interesting theology, and I've only gotten a taste of it from reading some of the Gathas, and I also attended this very nice celebration, Mehran. I'm sure you know the one that I'm talking about. It's this fire festival. It's originally in Mithras.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, so I attended it in Yonkers. They had this big bonfire going. They had traditional dancing, this Kurdish dance was going on there. It was very nice. I got to meet a lot of interesting people, including Christiane Amanpour of CNN. Yeah, she was there. So that was pretty cool.
When I lived in Iran, in Tehran, there is a district in northern Tehran called Amaniye. And I happened to, get close to a friend, which was a taxi driver in Tehran. And he told me that he is, not that close, but rather close, relative to Amanpour family. Amanpour family gave the name to the district called Amaniye.
Wow, interesting.
So that's very interesting.
Is it a big? Yeah, is it a prominent family? Is it well known?
Yeah, of course, it must be. It must be. I mean, Tehran is it's something of its own. I mean, you have war cemetery for British soldiers in northern Tehran. And then you have a district in southern Tehran called Naziabad. I didn't believe that. What is it called? Naziabad. It's because the Germans had their camps there.
Interesting.
So, yeah. And I was born in a hospital in the center Tehran, built by Germans during the 30s. So the National Bank, Central Bank of Tehran, and rail station, everything, and the National Museum of Tehran, all of them were built by Germans during the 30s.
Nice, interesting.
So Tehran is a German, French, American, they have all been there. And one thing that fascinates me a lot.
Fascinates. I like that.
Yeah, fascinates. Yeah, it's a hard word. Is that in central Tehran you have the British embassy beside the Russian embassy. They can, look into each other, almost all the time, like, and in front of them, they are at the same side, the British and the Russian. And in front of them, you have the German embassy and the Turkish embassy. So they can look at each other, but also in front of each other, from the First World War time. So you have the antagonists, cross the street. And there's, little alley called Berlin, because, one street was called Churchill Street. The other was Stalin Street. But because of not having Hitler Street, they called it Berlin Street, right?
Why didn't they call it Hitler Street?
Because, because he lost the war.
Okay. They still have some shops in India called like Hitler clothing. They've got Hitler ice cream. So as far as India goes, they're still rocking the whole Hitler thing. But I want to quickly...
when I was getting ice cream from the ice cream truck, I thought that was Mario on it. That might have been Stalin.
Yeah. During the Shah era, where the Israeli embassy, the unofficial embassy was in a street called Kach. Kach in Persian means castle, or palace, not castle. But Kach in Hebrew means something else. I don't know what, but it's got some kind of finding. It's Kach.
Interesting.
And my auntie lived there, but after that it was renamed to Palestine Street. So there is a lot of shifts going on all the time.
Definitely. Well, let's go to Sasha.
The Elizabeth Street, Eisenhower Street,
Yes.
Kennedy Street. They're avenues. Highways. Kennedy Highway, but they're gone.
Sasha, what do you think of all
What's
this?
up?
What's up, man?
Well, I'm going to be honest. I kind of came here in the middle of the conversation. So it's about like common roots of all religions.
Yeah, I mean,
And,
no
like,
problem. I mean, we
yeah.
will then get to you later on. I want to make sure Gio has a chance to respond.
for sure.
So before we go to Gio, does anybody else want to respond about Zoroastrianism, Iran, any of these misconceptions we may have about the Almighty when it comes to, Abrahamic influence over the eons? If not, let's go right to Gio.
I want to make one last remark, so give you, a grasp of the state of confusion I'm also within, because, one of the last, major effort, Iranian Jewish effort in the late ancient time was the Iranian Jewish conquering of Jerusalem at 630 AD. And it was two Jewish leaders, one is called Benjamin of Tiberias, and some other guy.
It's the Sasanian conquest of Jerusalem.
Yeah, and they were very close to rebuild the third temple. So the Iranians and the Jewish made their last effort against the East Roman Empire to reconquer and reestablish their but after that it was the Islamic and the Roman-backed Islamic, assault.
So it says over here, the Sasanian Persians were joined by Nehemiah ben Hushiel and Benjamin of Tiberias, a man of immense wealth, who enlisted and armed Jewish soldiers from Tiberias, Nazareth, and the mountain cities of Galilee, and together with a band of Arabs and additional Jews from southern parts of the country, they marched on Jerusalem. Some 20,000 Jewish rebels joined the war against the Byzantine Christians. Depending on the chronicler, figures of either 20,000 or 26,000 are given. The Persian army, reinforced by Jewish forces led by Nehemiah ben Hushiel and Benjamin of Tiberias, would capture Jerusalem without resistance. Interesting. I did not know about this.
That is great. I mean, if we are talking in the terms of Alexander Bard, That is eventology. This is a very, significant event. And if you talk to Giorgiani, he would say Zarathustrians would never support a Jewish reconquering of Jerusalem or joint Persian Jewish reconquering. So those topics are still alive, and they are very, very interesting, very, very explosive.
No, definitely.
mean,
and I want to
yeah,
get to them,
this is
and I want to get to them a little bit later. But first, I want to get Gio's response to when it comes to this vengeful God that we have in the Old Testament. And I'm just curious about your thoughts relating to how Zoroastrians may see this God as portrayed in the Bible, to see this God as a vengeful and Ahrimanic spirit.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's a tough ask. I mean, this is where I kind of like break off from Giorgiani's analysis, because he has somewhat of an unfavorable analysis of the God of like later Christianity in the New Testament, because he's of the same mind almost of Young, that really Ahura Mazda and these was taken up as evil or as the devil in Abrahamic Christianity, and that's sort of like a denial of its original roots as the self same duality of the divine that you find embedded in the primordial religions around Iran. So I don't know what to make of that. I mean, there's a point to it, but I feel that it's sort of like I talked about before. It's you're plugging into whatever sort of particular path of mythos that you choose. So on one side you have Giorgiani and you have this sort of Iranian revival. The other side, of course, you have like the Germanic pagans, and that's like that genealogy. But yeah, it's sort of, it is a convincing case to be made that a lot of these concepts did originate within the Iranian Peninsula, and I think even Islam itself, at least originally, was much, and this is what attracted a lot of perennialists to Islam. It was much more of an open religion because it was precisely this fusion of much older pagan mysticism and a lot of Abrahamic thought that came from Judaism and Christianity. And so a lot of thinkers around like the early 20th century was really attracted to that body of, because Islam emphasizes this temporal worldly leadership. So it has a lot of comportment with quote unquote big T tradition. But I don't know. I mean, Iran, I guess, like politically, Iran is very interesting as well, because it's one of the, in keeping almost with this emphasis of perennial wisdom. I would say, a controversial take would be that Iran was like one of the only successful revolutions, a successful conservative revolution in the modern world, to the point where even critical theorists like Michel Foucault, I've read his journals where he did a stint as a journalist in Iran during the revolution, and he was even quite favorable to Khomeini's regime because of this sort of impulse to not destroy, but to rather disrupt this sort of post World War like secular liberal consensus, that now the resurgence of the spirit can enter into the modern world and to create a flourishing. Now, you could say that's of course a failed one, because more fundamentalist strains of Islam, and this is Giorgiani's opinion if I recall, like basically polluted the revolution, and now it's basically like this form of Wahhabism almost. But it is certainly interesting. I think Iran will play a much more crucial role in the coming decades. Now, as the whole thing with Israel, I mean, that's of course another like hot potato that I mean, I don't know. It is certainly interesting how Iran is very fixated upon like the sort of the Jewish world versus the world of Iranian, Shia Islam, which is much more connected to tradition than a lot of like other forms of beliefs around that region. I don't know. It's really it's a tough it's tough to say.
Well,
but
I got to separate myself, or I got to separate two aspects when talking about Israel here. So when it comes to whatever shadowy things go on with, let's say, Mossad and things of that nature, even when it comes to that, I always want to ask, if A, B, and C weren't done, what would be the outcome? Like, what exactly are some of the reasons why certain surreptitious things, like, let's say, the assassinations of certain figures in Iran are done? And if they weren't to be done, what would have happened? Where I would take a look at... Hold on, I'm going to get to this. So, for example, you have something like Egypt, and you have something like, I don't know, like Dubai. In the case of Egypt and Dubai, Egypt being earlier than Dubai, they're friends now. Israel isn't attacking parts of Egypt in order to incorporate it into Greater Israel, since right now they're already on good terms. The question is, if everybody was on the same terms with Israel as Egypt, what would be Israel's response to all these places around it? And would it be any different than its response right now when all those nations are not in good terms with it?
I feel like when you start to like realize how insidious the actions of groups like Mossad and stuff like that are, like, and what happens at like the border of like Palestine and all that, it gets a lot harder to justify any of it. And then when I realized that this is all just like, it's just like fucking chess pieces, this to fucking rich people, and it's all just geopolitical bullshit that literally has nothing to do with me or my country, then I start to like resent it really hard. When I realize how much it's just like sapping away from me and the people I love, and like when the money becomes so fucking tangible.
No, the money, you're definitely on point there, but let's just take one example. So there was that movie that I was recently seeing, and again, movie is a movie. It's not necessarily real life, but from what I understand, it was documented pretty well as far as the events that were going on. It was about this Israeli spy who went into Syria, and he got into the position of like the Minister of Defense, like an incredibly high position within the government. And what he was doing there was like, why even go there at all? Why do all these spying activities? It was because the Syrians were shooting farmers who were in a region that was close to Syria in Israel. So if it were me, if I was in the position of being this guy who was recruited to be a spy and to find out all this information in order to stop these military bases, like, it would be from a moral position not unjustifiable that, of course, like, if these farmers who aren't killing anybody, who aren't doing anything wrong, are being decimated by Syrian troops on the border there, like, what would be the response? Of course, I'd want to infiltrate and become head of Ministry of Defense or whatever in order to secure those areas. So I don't.
This is all well and good. The problem, and I like you, Lev. I respect you, and I'm not just trying to be.
He's one of the good ones, I guess.
I really do believe that the Mossad is trafficking children and having them raped to blackmail politicians in my country to fucking just siphon money off and continue these bullshit wars.
And that
you'll never get through to people like me.
And that part I'm against.
I think but I think all intelligence agencies are pretty much doing that. Like,
that's true, but I think Mossad is one of the main ones, and I think we have evidence of that now. No proof, but we have the evidence.
Just like talking about the American military when it comes to any bad thing that the American military might do in certain regions. Just by saying that, I would not say, let's get the American military out of certain bases, because, again, if there is a gap of power, then China and Russia would also go into certain areas when given the chance. Unfortunately, this is the kind of world we live in.
But this all sounds like stuff that benefits Jays.
Yeah.
This you're beginning to touching the this approaching the core of this problem. There is a lot of things going on at this very moment. I mean, you talked about the farms. There have been a lot of fires inside Iran. The nuclear facility of Natanz. Some says this. I mean, the Israeli agents said it was us. and some others say no, they did it by their own inside Iran. And there has been a lot of fire on the farms, and the blast in the Beirut is ruining their whole lot of for the food stocks and so on, and the fires on the Syrian farms as well, preparing some kind of surrender. Of course, if you have a separate agreement with Arab states, then you can easily go after those remaining, right? And then you have what the Israeli military experts say. Wait a minute, we are going surrender. I mean, encircled by Iranians in Lebanon, in Golan, and in Gaza, and it's a matter of time when Iranian Shiites invent a lot of offshoots of imams, for example, brother of Ali in Jordan. And then you have the theory of Petra being the birthplace of Islam, not Mecca, Petra. There's a lot of new theories evolving. Wow, it's a great situation. Why not building something there, and bringing in our guys in the Hashemite Jordan, because the king of Jordan is a Sunni, but a descendant of Prophet Muhammad.
Mm-hmm.
So there's always a lot of things you can use on your benefit. One thing is clear, that when I talked about this Nazi era in Iran, British era, French Iran, then American era, and this era, that indicates that inside Iran there's a lot of conspiracy theories going on. Rouhani, they have a green card, so-called green card government. They say that okay, after the agreement, they were offered some 250 green cards. Okay, welcome to US. You had the deal. Now we can control your own activities. The next step will be the missiles and so on, right? So they say that okay, we have those kind of Freemasonry representatives inside the Iranian government, management Rouhani. And then you have the Ahmadinejad, Zionist minded, Jewish oriented people, always talking about Holocaust, denying this and that, and playing in the hands of Netanyahu, right? And then you have leftists and Marxists, pro-Moscow people inside the Revolutionary Guard. So somehow inside Iran, all those branches of world politics are represented, maybe including diehard Nazis. I don't know, because they have their own Nazi about it, right? So all the team from the Second World War, First World War, all world wars, all the times, all wars from the beginning into the end are represented in Iran. It's some kind of Olympic Games going on.
Well, when it comes to all these various Olympic
it's
games,
a crazy thing. It's crazy. And I want to just end with two different theories about Israel and America within some kind of Zarathustrian, thinkers. I think about one part say that the Farashgard people, we should go with America and Israel. They are our allies. But the opposite side says that it was the Americans who toppled the Shah. Americans, Carter and Heiser and NATO and all of them wanted Shah away because he had the potential to become the regional superpower already then. And he had an agreement with Sadat, and he was a major threat to both Americans and the Russians, all of them, and the Arabs and Israelis, all of them, and the religious, of course. Everyone wanted to, get rid of Shah, as, Gio was pointing on, modernists and Democrats and all of them.
Well, there was a
So
time also, speaking of Russia, when the Soviet Union
yeah,
and Israel were in good terms, but that did not last long. As soon as the USSR saw that Israel did not really want to associate with the communists anymore, that was a different story, and they were the ones who were responsible for a lot of the anti-Israel talk going on. But I did want to get back to this because, look, I understand the situation that I am in here, where I am like the only Jewish guy here talking about Israel. So I do want to. I understand that this is a very complicated subject, but here is where here.
I just
well,
wanted to say something
okay,
and
okay,
finish this
okay,
topic, and then you can
okay.
go on. Is that there's two theories. One is that, okay, the Americans are the great Satan, not because Khomeini told so, because Khomeini was also a product of an American, arrangement. Khomeini was wise enough to, fight back in a clever way. But they say that having an atomic bomb, not an atomic energy, they accuse Khamenei for, giving in, forbidding Iran forever to, acquire atomic bomb. Why that? They said that, okay, if Iran got the bomb and made an agreement with Israel, then we can go for Americans. But there is other, they say that, okay, America is our, arch enemy. They are the existential, they want us to see us apart. But as an empire, maybe, we can see the Jews as the part of this. And this kind of Ben Hushil thing and so on is that Jews regarded themselves the Babylonian. Of course, there's a lot of, different kind of, Judaism. But if you respect the realm of the Iranian Empire, then we go for the world, conquering the world. Why not?
Well, getting to that subject of conquering the world, when it comes to, like, Yaakov, you use the word benefit. What I'm interested in here is, where does benefit end and survival start? So when are you in such a position that if there are certain things that you don't do, some of which are unfortunately sometimes very gruesome, when it comes to that, and gruesome, I mean not in the sense of like, just like wiping, hundreds of thousands of people out. But when I say gruesome, I mean like these horrible things having to do with like the child trafficking and all this awful stuff. When it comes to that kind of stuff, which I am absolutely in favor of getting rid of, how much of the tendency to even go into these special intelligence ops stems from the fact that the nations that are surrounding Israel, except for, let's say, Egypt, are those that are bent on destroying Israel? And would it be a different story, again, if all the nations around Israel were like Egypt? Then why would Israel give a shit about doing any of this stuff if it already knows that, yes, we're already friends with all these people who are around us? Wouldn't that solve everything? That's the part that I don't really understand.
This is why I'm basically an isolationist, because I think our foreign policy, the entire country is basically taken over by foreign entities, whether it's Israel, whether it's corporations, whether it's this or that. And everything we do that's like concerning other countries is all based on that bullshit, which I want nothing to do with. I'm a simple man. I really just want to ban dual citizenship in my country. That'll go a long way to making a guy like me happy. I really don't care what the hell happens to Israel, even slightly. And that goes for every other country on the planet, frankly, because I feel like mine is burning down currently, literally.
I could agree with you to a point. When you're talking about all the other countries, though, take, like, I don't know, Poland or Latvia or whatever. Like, sure, you could say I don't really give a shit about any of these countries, but I don't know if time is on anybody's side when it comes to the unfortunate situation that we're in, where if you were to isolate yourself and let everything else happen to the world, there's two components.
Yeah,
Number one, if other countries like China and Russia do end up going into other countries, conquering them, and just creating a giant shithole for the entire world, morally speaking, here's where I would say that there may be a balance between getting rid of a lot of the cancers that have inflicted themselves upon the United States, while at the same time paying mind to these other countries.
Yeah, that was Church, right?
Morally speaking, just one quick thing. morally speaking, when it comes to people who already know what it's like to live in relative freedom, to all of a sudden have that freedom be taken from them in the situation where you may be in a position to do something about it, I agree that America should focus primarily on its own self, and there is a hell of a lot of things to focus on. I'm not exactly sure if what you're saying is the right move, and I do remember back in the day with World War II, where Soviet Russia and Nazi Germany were coordinating together. This is before their big breakup. They were organizing a lot of peace-related events in the United States that basically talked about not getting the U.S. involved in whatever was going on back there. So
that's all well and good. I feel like what you're basically arguing is for full spectrum dominance, which is like absolute neocon Zionist crap. And I'm being blunt. I don't mean to, but I feel like you're arguing in favor of full spectrum dominance, which is a concept that I think is disgusting, and it's just a giant lie to subvert my nation.
What do you mean by full spectrum dominance?
Where you have to have your tentacles in everywhere. You have to be watching everywhere. You have to control, every facet of the battlefield. You have to control propaganda. You have to do all of these things, because if you don't, the Chinese or the Russians are just going to sneak in there and everything's going to go to hell. And maybe it will go to hell, but like, things are pretty goddamn bad. I just want to change a course. I don't even care what happens.
What if there's a middle ground here? For example, what if there's a middle ground where you would be able to empower a lot of the nations that actually have a fucking head on their shoulders, like Poland, to be able to secure certain perimeters without you having to necessarily involve your own people there? Why not empower the rest of the world, the rest of the parts of the world that aren't run by assholes, to be able to defend themselves from those assholes? That way you don't have to be the one to constantly coordinate everything in this Pax Americana.
Yeah, but
who does
at
that?
the same time, conquest is a fundamental aspect of history itself, right? Like, you can't just operate within a framework of infinite stagnation, and then when that stagnation gets disrupted, you know what I mean? Like, inevitably, and even Giorgiani says this, it almost echoes with what Bap was saying recently. Every time you're going to have a polar shift in the world order, you're going to inevitably come to the reality that the sort of greatness of certain peoples, they're not going to sort of be satiated by the normalcy of, current world liberal democracy, which is a total joke and a farce anyways. But the problem is that America hasn't consigned to like a real push towards global empire. It's like this half police state sort of crap that is sustaining a particular order. But also, I would say, to bring it back to Iran, it's curious, because when you talk about the Jays, because to me, I don't view the Jays so much as a monolith, because I think, in reality, Iran was the heart of cosmopolitanism, rather than, of course, like, to me, it seems that the diaspora Jews, they're the ones, like the Ashkenazis, who you would characterize as pushing a sort of global liberal cosmopolitanism on people. But the Jews that are in Israel would be what Giorgiani would classify as like the tribalistic, nativist sort of variety.
More Apollonian than Mercurian.
Yeah, more Apollonian. So, and they're concerned with geopolitical dominance of that specific region. So it's curious, because Iran is almost subject to forces of that character as well. So it's almost as if the forces of cosmopolitanism versus the forces of nativist irredentism is still playing out. But then it makes you question whether cosmopolitanism is inherently a bad thing, or it's rather just, it's the variety of that term that was sort of dispossessed during the Enlightenment, during the Western experience of like perpetual liberal nonsense, that we associate cosmopolitanism with a dirty word. Even nationalism itself is modernist in scope, but it's sort of the best thing that we have at the moment in terms of an intellectual, like a conceptual political tool. But really, it begs the greater question, which is, do you want to sort of realize these forces of history that will accompany war and conquest, or do you want to have this sort of like half-baked, like put it out of your mind, infinite world police state to maintain a liberal consensus of stagnation. It seems to me that there's no real good options, and things start decaying. And if China starts rising and people have to choose sides, I mean, it's going to be not very good in the coming decades. Not to be a black pillar, but before greatness can come about, we have to really fundamentally shift the world order. So yeah, that was a long screed. I'm sorry about that. Sorry to cut you off, Yakov. So
Oh no, that was good. That was good stuff.
but I don't know what you think, because I do get your point though, because it seems that it's a double-edged sword, because I don't know, it's like, but then again, do you want to drive full force into this sort of primordial Nietzschean spirit of conquest, which is almost been made impossible nowadays? So
the fact is, I just think stagnation is the most painful, depressing, miserable goddamn thing ever. I'm tired of my friends dying from opiates or suicide. I'm tired of people just having shitty jobs and they can't even get by, and cost of living is and these are all stupid little goddamn things. But the fact is, like, the society we live in is as we know it, it's melting the fuck down unless there's like some swift authoritarian action, which I don't see happening. So really, I just want to pull the goddamn
don't you think it's great that we have OnlyFans like Ayala that make $100,000 a month? Don't you think that's amazing that men are dying of opioids, but yet people can make $100,000 on OnlyFans?
Did you get this idea right now from what we were just talking about on Twitter?
Yes, I did.
Oh, that sucks.
Well,
it's so weird.
Well, we're also in a weird
I
position.
blame Reddit. I really do.
We're also in a strange position, though, where we do have so much information that we could get from the internet. It's very easy to start building something just from accumulating all this knowledge, while at the same time, it's so fucking easy to get distracted. And to your point, Yakov, I agree, where I don't want any country to be, let's say, in such a position where it has to give off a portion of its wealth for the sake of some other country that it otherwise shouldn't have anything to do with. The only thing that when it comes to any of these arguments that I'm thinking of is, what is the alternative? If there was some way that I could imagine this clearly as I could, going the other way, either into isolationism, what would happen?
We cannot imagine the alternative. We can't do it. We can't do it. The fact is, it's like 50-50 regardless whether it's going to fucking work out or not. And I like those odds.
Well, I don't know about that, because going back to the Cold War, for example, even though you could say that, yes, theoretically speaking, the Soviet Union could have collapsed, back then people didn't think so. People didn't know what the fuck was going to happen with it. So when it comes to those odds of, do we go into, like, the Korea, do we go into Korea in order to at least secure South Korea? I'm sure the South Koreans are fucking grateful for the fact that they are not part of North Korea right now. And again, it goes back to this morality question. If you have the means to be able to, and I'm not talking about fucking the war in Iraq, which is bullshit, but in that case of something like the Korean War, if you could go there and help out the people to not be under the thumb of this dictatorship, which is still going on today in North Korea, would you and should you?
No, I would not. And I think of most of the things we hear about North Korea are goddamn glow-in-the-dark lies by the CIA. Just to freaking gaslight the hell out of us until we demand action for something that has nothing to do with us.
That may happen.
Juche gang. Well, here's my. This is what I saw recently.
We
should
take a trip and verify.
Yes. I'm in.
Organize a BTR trip.
So it came out recently. They started saying that Kim Jong-un was demanding that families give up their pet dogs because they're running out of food and they need to eat. Now, all I can think about is, like, over here in America, everyone just wants to scream at me about how racist I am, how racist, everything's so goddamn racist. And it's like the glow in the darks who are half at fault for this crap. And then I think they come out with an article that says the Ching Chongs want to eat Sparky. And everyone's like up in arms about it. And they're just laughing that they can get away with this crazy racism while I get like the boot on me.
Well, here's the only concern.
I think it's a joke.
This is an echo of something to slightly disagree with you here, Yakov. This does remind me so much of what ended up happening back in the 50s and 60s and 70s when it came to the USSR and America's relationship. And it's still going on to this day. For example, there was a relative of ours who came here from Russia, and one of the things he asked us is it true that, like, black people get lynched every week here in America? Because that's the propaganda that they have in Russia, where on their Russian television station, they're constantly told how evil and racist America is. Now,
Return to tradition.
Going back to the 60s, the USSR, one of their missions was to show how horrible and racist America was in comparison to this beautiful Soviet Union to the American students. So this was one of the things that a lot of students were talking about at the time, and the intellectuals were also talking about it, how awful we Americans are and how great the Soviets are. And, they have people coming over there. They were shown certain things. They weren't shown others. And when people did discover the bread lines, those were not really the people that got listened to. They were the people who in these highfalutin society circles were shunned because they dared question the consensus. So to me, even though I'm sure that there is so much propaganda going on in regards to North Korea, knowing the kind of regimes that exist in terms of Soviet supremacy back to my hometown of St. Petersburg, Russia, I see sort of a resemblance going on here as far as how people speak about Soviet regimes in comparison to these awful American regimes or whatever. Not that I'm saying that it's exactly the same thing, but still, like, I'm just going to be very, very careful when it comes to going with the underdog, because I think there's a tendency today to be as risque as this and say, fuck it, Juche gang, all the way, 100%. But anyway, I do want to get to a couple of new people. Leningrad. No, temporarily it was Leningrad. Temporarily. By the way, speaking of Lenin, I'm going to say this again. Учиться, 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 как говорил великий Ленин. Which means learn, learn, and learn, like the great Lenin said, which is my code word for subscribe, and subscribe if you are enjoying this podcast. And also go to contribute, streamlabs.com/LevJules, and wet our beak, whatever it is that you write there and submit as far as monetary payments for these great services we are bestowing upon you is going to be displayed on the screen, and we are going to read out your message. You can find it in the bottom
subscribe.
No, fuck it. No, subscribe. You're going to find it in the description, and I'm going to paste it right now over here. If you guys have a PayPal account, you can do that like that. So anyway, I wanted to get to some people who are here. Patience of a Saint, Jugs, Vincent, then Holly, then Blue Shoe, then I'm always saying your name wrong. Tsuyami. Did I say it right this time?
Tsunyami. You can just call me Nya.
Yeah, I'm gonna call you. Yeah, nya, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Okay.
You can bark for me too while you're at it.
E-girls, so I mean.
Yeah, we're gonna do an e-girl stream coming up. So anyway, let's go to Jugs. Oh, and Saturday. Oh, well, we had Saturnalia before. Okay, Jugs, and we'll get to Saturnalia soon. Go for it, Jugs.
I think as far as like the morality question goes, and whether like you're not to step in, I think that's a slippery slope, because it's like at what at what point is it too much? And as far as like having the means, I don't know. I feel like with something like that, then you can't really like estimate the means that are needed for something like that. I think it's impossible, kind of, to gauge the scope of something like that. So I'm kind of with Yakov and just like minding our business, pretty much.
Could there be a way, let's say, like with schooling, for example, where you can get people who, like that old quote about teach a man to fish, where you can get nations to be much more self-sufficient in terms of defense as well, so that they don't have to rely on this, overpowering superpower that has to pay for everyone. I mean, that was the point that Trump was making regarding NATO, right? Like how much America puts into it, and I don't think it's that sustainable. Why not just not just cut our losses and just hide while allowing everything else to happen to the entire world? Why not figure out some kind of a strategy to empower the countries that would be able to defend themselves against these things?
I think the natural state of things is to put like your nation and your people ahead of everything else, and then a bunch of bullshit gets in the way, as society progresses or whatever. To me, when I think of
that,
when I think about like morality and good and evil, like I don't want to get caught in these arguments where like each side can make a point or go on forever. Like these objective stances on good and evil, they fuck people up To me, what is evil is what gets in the way of my genetics and my ecosystems, like my neighborhood and my family. And I think that's kind of the natural way. I think that's what evolution intended, and I think that's what nations do before a bunch of other,
Bullshit gets in the way.
yeah, the bullshit. We all know.
To put it lightly.
Before they get in the way.
I don't know. I mean, look, maybe you have a point there. It's really hard for me to say, because you're right in the fact that if it's you, if it's your people, you just want to mind your own business. The only problem now is that things are so fucked up, it's not a clean slate. Let's say this does happen. Let's say we just put the shell on and let everything else happen to the world. We are in such a fucked up state right now as far as nuclear power, as far as all these countries having the ability to blow each other the fuck up. It just seems so complicated and unsustainable that I wonder what would happen if we were all of a sudden to say, you know what, all these bases, they could just go to hell. We're just going to take care of whatever's going on here. Because frankly speaking, even here, there's not that much here. We're so split up as far as all these competing ideologies go. I mean, just with the leftists and the rightists and the moderates who kind of open their legs up for a lot of leftist causes because they don't want to be politically incorrect. Like,
I'm far more afraid of all of that than nukes, to be honest. I wish I thought nukes were the problem. That would be so easy. It'd be so easy to just get blown away by a nuke, but instead of being ripped apart in my own home by fucking,
Yeah, instead of this like banality, it'd be like a fun, sexy way to like go out, like being scared of nukes. Yeah.
You want total war?
Well, we have a comment. We have a comment from
to see life prevail, to kick aside the weak and frail.
We got a comment from Trident Tail. Should the U.S. intervene in Mexico to stop the Hellgate? So we are going to get to the Hellgate eventually. And
I was waiting for that.
No,
let's go to the hell. To hell with all of us.
Well, before we get to the Hellgate, I'm going to ask again. We got 45 people watching this. Subscribe. See how good of a show we're putting on for you people? Subscribe right fucking now. Thank you. Anyway, let's go to Vincent. You've been very patient with us. What do you think about this whole conversation? It's probably going to matter. I think everybody's going to agree with Yakov. I'm going to be the only one who's going to have the option of, like, maybe there could be something that could be done with these other countries where, I'm just leaning on the fact that maybe some real bad shit's gonna happen if there's not a way to do this without just ripping the whole fucking picnic blanket off. But not picnic, you know what I mean, the restaurant blanket. So Vincent, what do you think?
Okay, so I came in kind of late to this conversation because I didn't have the Zoom link. But from what I can gather, are you guys basically like asking whether or not a country could be too far gone, like beyond repair versus, like, I don't know, worth salvaging?
Then that would be the second part of it, I think. The first part of it would be, where do you stand on any kind of intervention a superpower like the United States would make? My whole argument is that if there is no intervention whatsoever, if we get rid of our bases, there are unfortunately other powers in the world which would fill those gaps. And what would that mean, morally speaking, with the people that don't want to be ruled by those people, where at least what's maintained right now, they don't have to worry about getting invaded by Russia or China?
So is it just a matter of, like, where would I stand on that?
Yeah.
I mean, like, I wouldn't mind getting taken over. That's fine.
Juche gang.
No, I think that is a good oh, sorry to cut you.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I just wanted to elaborate a little bit further. I feel like that's just kind of the natural order of things. Like, if power's leaving America and, power resides in a different nation, and I guess, like, our nation in and of itself is incapable of maintaining that, then, having someone else take that away from us, and whether it's through violence or some sort of, like, forceful action, I think it could be better for the preservation of the country as a whole. I don't necessarily mean that, like, it's the best thing to happen, nor is it, like, a great thing in general, but, like, just trying to look at it objectively, I feel like it can't be that bad. That's it.
maybe it would be better than what's going to happen if we just end up tearing ourselves apart in a few years, like people think.
Yeah, that's kind of where I stand on it. Is that what Yakov said earlier?
What, that we should just let it burn?
Like
Let
what
it burn.
happened.
Well,
Uh,
I would question the idea that if America goes down or like withdraws from the world stage, that somehow Russia or China just exists as they are presently and can just move in and like fill that gap seamlessly. I think if America goes away, China implodes into another warring states period almost within a year, practically. Like, that's not a question to me.
When it comes to China, can you elaborate on that? How do you think that would happen?
Well, basically, like, I mean, China, like, they have like the cycle where they break up and then they unify under like an imperial dynasty. And the way I look at it, like, the latest imperial dynasty in China is the Communist Party, but it's had one emperor, Mao. And ever since then, it's basically been running as like this sort of court with the throne vacant. And I think if like they don't have an adversary like the United States to constantly like gear themselves and coach all their propaganda in, that all their little, domestic problems would come to the surface very, very quickly.
Interesting. That's a pretty interesting point. Someone was also saying that if we gave free reign for China to go into, let's say, Afghanistan, then that would doubly, triply fuck them, because nobody was ever able to be successful in that region. And in a way, like, I think I agree. Like, that is an example, by the way, where I'd be all for leaving that place, fuck all those minerals, and just let the Chinese have at it.
Yeah,
So,
I heard that the other night. That's a great take.
hold on, we got a pointed finger up from
very
Maran.
interesting.
What do you think, Maran?
Yeah, I mean, I know that this Cold War era still is, around, and you cannot change those kind of, mental structure that easy. What I was thinking about was the metaphor made by, what was the name of the guy during the Iran-Contra affair? What was
Oliver
the
North?
name?
Ollie North?
McFarlane, the other guy. What was,
Oliver North?
Yeah, Oliver North. He told that, okay, it's about the good, the bad, the ugly, right? And the bad is always Soviet Union, always the red communist bloc. So many reasons, argue that, okay, China is replacing the Soviet Union and in a very, successful, capitalistic way. The champions in, world capitalism, communists as the world champs, as Zizek is arguing. And then, what is the role of me as a, Persian imperialist? It's pathetic. I don't see any, way going back to some kind of Zarathustrian or other sort of fundamental. I'm a corrupted person. I know all kind of, ideas living inside me, and I'm in constant struggle inside. Many of us are. So we are a product of our time. The ugly being, some kind of go-betweens. Let me give you an example. The Iranian calculus is that, okay, if we're going to stay in Syria, which was an imperative. Some told that Khuzestan, which is the oil province of Iran, they told that Syria is far more important than Khuzestan. We'll never give up Syria. This is existential. And I think that kind of terror balance with Israel is essential to protect both Iran, people of Iran, nation of Iran, and people of Israel. War, destruction is not an option. That's something that has to be avoided. And some Israeli strategists told that, wait a minute, they can make it as a sort of policy that maybe the Iranians want their nukes for Turkey, for other, not for us. Maybe it's just talk. They are not responding to our bombings of Iranian sites in Syria, because most of them are underground and they're digging inside Israel. I don't know what's going on. And the Iranians are very clever. I mean, they're
Yeah.
thinking a lot. What I'm trying to talk about is, these Mexicans, these Venezuela, Iran, those kind of countries, how to categorize them. Maybe they are the axis of uglies. I don't know. And that's, thinking of Italians, mafia all the time. You're Russian, it's unimaginable. I mean, President Polyakov. Can you think about that in America? Unthinkable. I don't think so.
Well, I was born in Russia, so I can't become president. I think the highest I can go is senator. I don't know what the rules are there, but yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe
that's what you mean. Yeah.
I don't know what's gonna happen. Maybe I'll meditate enough so that. Well,
we should be the ugly.
Well,
You'll
I
manifest
don't know about that.
I
remember Alex Jones saying they wanted to change the rules to allow Schwarzenegger to become president.
Interesting.
It was like an end game. This is like 2000.
The first foreign
all the things he gets
America,
right, you're gonna poke fun.
Lev, when society collapses, when everything starts falling apart, when we finally build the anarcho-monarchist society, we're gonna make you our king. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
No, but they got to vote for him in the neo-cameralist boardroom. They have to vote for Lev. So
yeah, this is the long game here. It's being exposed. But we also have a comment from let's see. Okay, Hero, who hopefully is gonna join us. I'm not sure. He says, I only need to categorize those other countries as not America and decide they can choose to do what's best for themselves without us. I mean, okay, in a way, it's like you have these teenage sons and daughters, and you're like, okay, you're on your own from here on in. The good thing about my family is that they were able to raise me with certain things, certain qualities, as far as, I don't know, whatever. Like, they gave me a lot of confidence. And also they gave me a lot of knowledge, insight, like sitting down with me to do homework every night. Like, not all families are going to be like that. The ideal, I think, would be to, and I know it's kind of like bullshit to compare, like, oh, the government's like a big family. No, of course it's not. That's not the point. It is still something that I see as being one way out of this, where if you could get some of these countries, like I think it's already happening with Poland in a way, like if Poland becomes enough of a power on its own, not to rely on any American support whatsoever, then win-win. Because we know, at least we know what the Polish mindset is when it comes to communism. They don't want there to be a future communist state. They don't want Russia to interfere in whatever they're doing. So Poland, I think, is a good example of someone who's like an older son that you can now give much more of the responsibility to and eventually just get out of the picture.
So lead by example is pretty much what you're saying.
Yes, but lead by example while first being like the guy who's sitting next to you in driving class. Or, you know what I mean? Just like be somebody who lead by example, but be there while leading by example until you know that they're ready to do it on their own. Obviously, there's so much corruption in the military as well. I mean, the military-industrial complex, yada, yada, yada. Everybody here knows this and is aware of this. And I'm not really sure how exactly the plan that I have could be achieved if there is sort of like this corrupt element of wanting to stick around. I think you and I, Yaakov, would definitely agree when it comes to that. Even if we do have a positive intention, there's still going to be elements that just want to remain there for the sake of making money off of war. And I'm not really sure what the answer to that is, but that is the one stumbling block that I see to being able to, let's say, have Poland act like its own and become its own ruler.
A lot of that is because the legal system actually enables that bullshit, as opposed to like even trying to stop it. Like, I think it'd be pretty easy. I don't know. I think, for example, I'm bitching about my friends dying from overdoses. You take every doctor who overprescribes and you like execute them in public. I mean, we start doing stuff like that.
It's not the doctors. It's really the system.
Well, it is the system, but I think the doctors are directly they're directly tied to someone's death. At that point,
By the way, look, I tried to draw Lev, so
nice.
That's
Oh my
pretty
God,
good.
That's amazing. Thank
The
you.
idea
2
is that you
minutes.
scare the fear of God into people. Like you're not always going to hit like exactly the head of the snake and end it right there. But
Like the Singapore model, in other words.
Yeah.
sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but the problem with the Singapore model is that I don't know about any of you guys. I would not want to live in Singapore, not because I'm a druggie, but because if somebody decides to get revenge on me and like plant some drugs, then it's lights out. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
but you might end up in Brazil anyway.
That's a lot of
Brazil.
Yeah,
forward
Brazil.
thinking.
Does somebody have that GIF of the garbage truck or
No,
like,
but it
whatever,
would be
taking the
no, but it
car?
wouldn't even be Brazil because Brazil still has a sense of national unity and purpose as opposed to North
Kill
America.
me now.
Oh, I'm gonna go to
So-
Brazil then. That sounds fun.
Yeah, bye, mom.
Hold on, I'm
Well,
gonna
I have
find the
dual
GIF.
citizenship with Brazil, so there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Real?
It's the plan,
Yeah,
right? We're
you
gonna
know,
take
yeah,
over
because
South
of-
America.
No, it's true because my mother's side, almost all of them have been in Brazil for like at least since World War One. So because of my grandparents and my mother being born and raised in Brazil, I have my passport, my Brazilian passport. So if the Canadian
That's
government, if the
Stizo
Glo-
Geo.
yeah, if the RCMP wants to bust me for whatever, if the Glowies want to come after me, then I hope that Bolsonaro will make me the Minister of Culture in Brazil. Culture and public enlightenment, of course.
I'm pretty sure half the people in the chat could talk their way into a minister post under Bolsonaro's government.
It's pretty easy.
We're gonna
from what I
take
hear
over.
nowadays.
We're gonna take over Brazil.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. You guys should just do that.
No, there is a lot of potential in Brazil. I think that I don't know, but here's the thing. I think to go back into the point about Iran and everywhere else, I think that certainly there's like a viable sense of like right-wing third worldism, but at the same time I think that there's certainly a fair amount of romanticism involved in that I think a lot of like Western trads sort of overlook, that the systemic problems in a lot of these countries, whether it's Brazil is a more recent example, but whether it be like places in Eastern Europe or Brazil or Iran, I think that a lot of the third position people, they sort of get caught up in it. I mean, there's definitely a basis for a viable sort of like a right-wing appropriation of third worldism, but at the same time, it's like I think we're still a product of a lot of Western Enlightenment assumptions about the nature of the world that would just be sort of like a moot point when it comes to approaching a lot of these places. Like a lot of Westerners don't realize how fucked up things are in Brazil right now. So that's certainly an example I would caution people of really being sober towards. And I guess, Lev, towards your point, I know we rag on you a lot for it, but it is true. Like a lot of people, they look based Russia, based Putin. And yeah, is Putin more based than like fucking the Washington Consensus? Yeah, of course, but that's still ignoring a lot of huge
Russia's problems. Yes.
Yeah, a lot of huge problems within Russia that someone like Lev, who has family there and who's more like his ear is more to the ground, can point towards people and say,
Well, they
that,
don't even compare the problems. Like, I don't want to go into broken record mode, but just recently Navalny, who's the guy who was running against Putin, he was poisoned. That would be like if Joe Biden was poisoned, or or if Trump was running was poisoned.
Yeah.
See, again, like if we were living during the, it's a different. Sure, you could say it's not a different time; it's the same time, but it's still okay. Go for it. Go for it. I'm not hearing you. Yes.
Let's go for Biden. Is that...
No.
I don't even...
Meron.
There you go.
Can you hear us?
Oh.
What's going on?
Oh. Moran is trying to talk, but he's
Yeah,
not coming
Moran, we're not hearing you right now. There may be something going on with your system. While you're trying to fix it, I just want to ask everybody again to subscribe and go to patreon.com/breaktherules with a 3, and $20 patrons get a beautiful print from Gio. I'm going to post it right underneath that "You're Going to Brazil" gif that I really like. I really like this "You're Going to Brazil" meme. I think it's a good one. And by the way, Gio, are you going to have that Lev as a print as well? Is that going to be something that you could turn into a print, or is that different?
Well, I could, but it's like woodblock portraits are notoriously difficult to get right. I would basically have to take a photo of you and do tracing, which I do not like doing. So maybe I don't know. It could.
Hello.
Yeah, it could be
Hey,
something.
I'm
I
here.
don't
You're
know.
back, Moran.
Hey, Moran.
Come on,
I'm
you're
back
here.
now. Yeah, just one remark and two questions. One of my points with this, axis of ugly was that, and I forget that it was that the only the financial partner Iran can get is China. And one of the reason many says that this blast in Lebanon and etc. is it's about this Silk Road project of China getting access to the Mediterranean and to Greece, and this conflict between Greece and Turkey, and then Italy, and Italy has also its own um, arrangement with China, and over from Gibraltar. And I mean, what some Zarathustrian strategists say that, okay, this is our allies. I mean, the old civilization, Iran, Greece, Italy, Spain, of course, Spain, the Spanish people, all those, ugly people, in the Central America, I mean, back to Venezuela, Brazil, and so on. And we had, during the Lula period, Iran was very, offensive there, and tried to, counterbalance America. So what the Iranians are arguing is that, okay, we can, have our affairs with the Chinese so that we can bring in Americans into peace track, but obviously not. So this kind of Cold War mentality is still there, but it's the only way to balancing between all those powers. Another issue was I wanted to ask Gio about all those trans people in Brazil. I mean, in a Catholic
Oh boy.
that is very Mithraic.
That's a thing?
extremely Mithraic.
Oh yeah.
Shape shifting, becoming something else.
Skinwalkers.
And that is very
Oh.
interesting in this religious, renewal in a Catholic context, because that
Yeah.
is something that I see how to drive out this Ahrimani way of thinking and bring in the gods into this Catholic way of thinking, saints, and renewing some kind of a new Christianity, and saving the world, reunifying, the world. So I think that the Latin American leftist mindset and Catholicism, all those things, and the sentiments against America, all those things, it brings a very interesting mix of some kind of revolution in the world. Nobody's looking at Latin America as a place where you can have all those and you have your own Nazis as well. Right?
Well, yeah,
they're all there. Hezbollah is there, Nazis are there,
yeah.
Jews are there, everyone are there. Nobody cares.
I think the thing is,
Mossad is there.
I want to team up with Hezbollah to fight Mossad in Brazil. That sounds fantastic.
Hezbollah is pretty based. Yeah. That will be a sound clip right there. I think
you're the new America.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing about Brazil. Brazil is unique because a lot of different forces are coming together, as you mentioned, because Brazil has a lot of emphasis on what is like European style, like Latin American style, action-orientated politics. A lot of the activism is being imported, and a lot of from the 70s onward, after the fall of the military junta, a lot of niche European concepts such as brutalism, such as Lacanianism, such as a Western critical theory, has been imported into Brazilian universities. But at the same time, we also see the rise of different right-wing and far-right forces in Brazil recently, after the sort of devastating collapse of Lula, where you had a lot of these Western like educated Delusians and Lacanians, they all like were just drooling and cooming over Lula, their boy, their man who was educated in the West, but he was a terrible failure. And so now we have a resurgence. There's a really good article in American Affairs that was linked months ago by my friend Nathan Duffy, friend of the show, about the rise of the new right in Brazil. And so what you have now is sort of a galvanization of national purpose, and especially around Catholicism within Brazil, because Brazil still is very much a land of contradictions. You have the highest, like among the highest gay population, highest trans population in Latin America, yet you have the highest amount of active practicing Catholics in the same nation. So, for example, France is of a very similar character where they have the highest amount of trad Catholics next to the highest amount of positive atheists. So, I don't know, it seems unfortunately, a lot of the vibrancy is being crowded out with Western political categorization. So, like, critical theory is being imported there and so forth. So, it's very interesting because in Brazil, you still have a bit of a tolerance of edginess. So, for example, it's no big deal that Bolsonaro can call his critics homosexuals, and he could go and call media figures homos. But yet, at the same time, Brazil does have like this, because Brazilian Catholicism up until recently, because there's now like traditional Catholicism being having a resurgence. Brazilian Catholicism and Latin American Catholicism is different. It's very much enmeshed with liberation politics, and it's very much almost enmeshed with a lot of like a different conglomeration of various like Latin American
folk religions.
Like African and Latin American folk religions, especially even more so in Brazil than I would say Chile or Mexico in the north, because Brazil has such a high Afro-Brazilian population. They have a lot of shamanic tendencies, but yet at the same time there is a resurgence of trad Catholicism because now they feel more comfortable, more emboldened under Bolsonaro, and a lot of people, even regular people, they're starting to have a sort of mini religious revival in Brazil. And but at the same time, a lot of these Western NGOs, they're funding a lot of like, as per usual, they're funding a lot of like NGOs and pro globo you know what groups. So yeah, it's very fascinating. All the interesting shit is really happening outside of the West. It's pathetic because it's like here we have like race riots and we have COVID and we have stuff like that, but it's really, I wouldn't even, even though like, here's a controversial take, like even though businesses and are being destroyed and people are being killed and there's terrorists in the streets and the media is playing cover for it, and you know GoFundMe is supporting terrorists, Antifa, yet they're getting rid of funding for Kyle Rittenhouse. To me, I still think that politics is largely passive and online and like very almost effeminate in some ways, because counterculture itself, cancel culture itself is this very passive sort of like neutered Maoism that we're finding. It's not like as in your face. It's only very recently that like under Obama till now that we have like active protests in the streets that are becoming violent. Not even during the Iraq War. So in the West we have a very like, I would say like unmasculine version of activist politics. Even leftists back in the 60s, the Weather Underground, they actively bombed like government buildings and wanted to put people in camps. But nowadays it's like you do have terrorists, you have Antifa terrorists, and you do have boogaloo retards. Sorry, I didn't mean to say retard. I meant to say whatever. You do have people who are Fed posting on the streets, but yet at the same time it seems that a lot of our politics has become like our lifestyles in general, very, especially under the pandemics, it's become this like individualist, isolated online thing where even people within the crowd of a protest, they are there for individualist reasons. They like to think they're part of a collective, and now we're seeing quasi-religious symbols like the fist,
the big brown
being
fist,
raised.
yeah.
Like, you see that video?
The George Floyd procession.
Yeah, the George Floyd procession with the fists in the air. We're seeing this quasi-revival of politicized mystic folkloric religion.
What was
but
that
at
thing
the
they were
same
doing
time,
with
it's
the
just
sheets?
Politics.
Like they had some sheets in their hands and they were like swinging them around and dancing.
Yeah,
What the hell?
yeah. But see, this is again this expression of these collective unconscious forces, but they're coming out in a very like pastiche, very like
Autistic.
autistic, I guess you could say, but rootless and decontextualized and internet-based and secularized, profane, inverted forms, not genuine mystical experiences. Now we just have politics. It's disgusting to me. But
Feels like a parody. Like it seems like something
sorry,
you read in
it's
a
a long
sketch.
rant, but yeah, it is a parody. It totally is.
By the way,
But all the
I want to do
interesting stuff are happening outside the West. I hate to say it.
I want to do a quick shout out to Kyle Napoleon. I was not aware of this. He donated $10 3 days ago. So I'm looking at the dashboard right now. Thank you, Kyle Napoleon, for the donation. He says, "I'm drunk, Lev. Stop being so likable." Anyways,
maybe you need to set up one of those systems that puts the notification on the screen.
No,
whenever
it does. It does, but I sometimes don't look at it in time, so I just got to keep my eye focused on the screen. Eyes on the prize. Anyway, he says, "I'm a leaf and a retard." Retard with a small a.
What is retard? Because retard was really created by the OSS as a category to. Never mind. I'm doing it.
It's what we need to return to, Gio. It's what we need to return to.
Yes, I do like authoritarianism during wartime, but I like being left alone in peace. Here's a hackneyed quote some Ruski told me when I was a cashier. Okay, so I'm gonna read this in Russian. Терпение и труд все перетрут. Okay, so that basically means that perseverance and hard work will overcome everything. It's a nice quote. I agree with that. But there is also something that I wanted to share with you guys, which is this article about Russian online censorship. So while some of you may be in favor of political oppositions being poisoned, as far as the amount of restrictions you have online, like if writing the wrong shit, like right now, sure, you could say like it'll get you kicked out of your work or whatever, not good. But if you're talking about it resulting in you facing prison time, that is a slightly higher level, I'd say. So that is one more difference that I would contrast.
The lines are clearer over there. Like I feel like, especially in China, you always hear, and like I feel like you just don't criticize the state. You just don't criticize the state and the things that they're enforcing. But here it's like, I don't know what the hell I can't say. And like, I'll say something on Twitter. I think it's totally cool. And then suddenly I'll lose my account. And I understand that I'm not going to jail or anything, but I could definitely see the feds coming to my door soon.
They're imprisoning Western-funded like pussy riot people.
I'm going to.
That's good.
That's great.
They imprison they imprison a 75-year-old. They imprison a 75-year-old old man for writing a post where the only thing he said is, "Can you at least take it easy on this girl who was arrested when she was protesting?" That was the only thing he wrote, and he was taken prisoner for that. But one other example I could give, as far as like anti-government people getting in trouble. Let's say you're in a situation where you have some bureaucrat who's in charge of building not bureaucrat. Like the way that it happens is that the tax money goes to these Russian businesses. And these Russian businesses take like 70 to 80% of that tax money for themselves. They enrich themselves, their family, their kids. They bring it overseas. It's in a lot of these overseas banks. The rest they use for various infrastructure projects that they do very haphazardly. And they expect the Russian people to kiss their ass for doing those projects. So when you have a project that's managed not that well, you build a bridge and it's like really shoddy. If you start to lodge some kind of a complaint against these people, then you're going to have retribution. It's very old-fashioned in that sense, where as long as you know the right people, you're not going to be harmed. But if you manage to piss the wrong person off, then, it's going to be a problem. So you have this very parasitic situation where people who happen to be friends of Putin are able to get away with a lot of things, including murder to a certain extent. And that's why it's not just, follow the law of the government, like don't go against the government and otherwise you can live well. You don't live well. You live being sucked from these parasites as far as your entire population living in a shithole country because money isn't going into the infrastructure. It's only going to line the pockets of the people that run it. That is a far bigger problem, I think, than
I think that's exactly where we're going.
I mean, I can
maybe
like everything
we're
you
not-
just listed.
yes.
I can see that. I can see that at place in North America here, but like I guess in Russia, it's a lot more deeper and a lot more entrenched. I guess the culture lends it to being more open and brazen. But everything you just seen, like I live in a rural, dying part of Canada, that's all very familiar to me.
To which extent? To the extent that people would get arrested for saying something wrong about a person?
Canada, they do sometimes, right?
Yeah, there was that
you can't talk
one
about trannies in
guy.
Canada.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
I
that's
know
not
that one guy.
I know a guy
okay,
that his 18-year-old
Happens all the time
beaten to
here
death
in
by the local
Leafland.
sheriff for fucking reporting the police for a crime that they committed. Like,
Okay, I mean, look, I'm sure that
You
certain
have to go in
examples
front
like
of
that
human
happen.
rights tribunals.
like I mean,
Yeah,
you got
that's right.
yeah.
Okay, I'm not
Yeah.
speaking about Canada. I'm not speaking about the Leafs. I'm speaking about the land of the free, home of the Braves. So
It's coming to you. Don't worry, Americans.
This is all just
They're
highlights
coming to
why
you.
I'm an isolationist, because I don't care about these other situations like at all. I only care about mine.
Based.
Yeah, America's
I live
hat
within
is on,
100 miles
America's
of you,
hat is on their
motherfucker.
own. You guys have to fend for yourselves.
Canada is just America 10 years down the line. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't yeah.
Oh man, I mean, it's.
I hate to break it to you. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but this is the way that Anglo-led world order goes.
So
Canada
so goes
and New
Canada.
Zealand are the barometers. Australia and America is down the line.
Yeah, it's a trickle down effect of pause. From Toronto, it goes to Portland, and Portland to New York and Los Angeles, and from New York and Los Angeles to the rest of you.
The Vancouver, Portland. People used to say the Berkeley consensus. No, it's the Vancouver, Portland consensus nowadays. I hate to break it to you.
Where should we go now?
So,
Greenland?
so we have a comment from Kyle Napoleon. He says, "Oh, based." That may be about the comment that I made about him. So Buff says, so Fed posting is prohibited. Mold bugs absolute state where the rules are clear. Clint on is literally yes, Clint on. I get it. Lev post something now about Floyd. I'm not really sure what you're talking about here, but and also we have a comment from Tritonfall. Geo on fire now, and Ayasir Veneer, who I haven't heard before, he says, permanently plugged into the internet warps the mind. Life is all good. And we have the great patron of ours, Aman Sadhu, who wrote before here, I don't know, man. At park, I see more people during pandemic than less. More families walking. I don't think it made people more isolated. Probably just accelerated some people that way. Well, yeah, I mean, on the subject of that, to switch gears a bit, where are you guys right now with the, and I know COVID is such a fucking dead horse by now, but where do you think things are going to happen down the line? And I actually want to hear from some new people. So we have Holy Weather here, who wrote a really awesome post to me yesterday. How are you? Can we hear you?
I hope so. Can you?
Yes, you have a British accent on you. You're from merry old England, right?
Australia, actually.
Australia, yes.
Yeah.
How are things down there?
Same thing. It's nice. Sun's up. It's it's going to be a nice day.
Good to hear. So what do you think about this conversation so far? You don't have to touch on COVID. This is Free for All Friday. You can talk about whatever the hell you want.
Well, at the start, I was really interested in all that talk about the DMT entities and the I mean, I don't have much to add about that, but I'm kind of interested in the opinion of people who've shown up since then.
Well, that would bring our conversation back to the Hellgate. So
yeah, I want to hear about that too.
Moran,
What is this Hellgate?
Okay, so Moran, I sent you earlier on a post that was made by Shantiman earlier about this Mexican Hellgate, as I've been calling it so far. So, Shantiman, you were the one who originally made the post. Can you tell the good people what you know about it?
Well, from what I've seen, there's like the Knights Templar in Mexico, some really evil black magic.
You're getting your audio's not good right now. Just so you know, I don't know if you wanna. Your audio's kind of going in and out. I don't know if you can switch to cell phone or not. Hello, Shantiman. Can we hear you?
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear us? Yes.
Yes. Just from what I can see of it, like I know there's a lot of black magic, occultist stuff, like some of the Mexican cartels do. Like the Knights Templar cartel has some like very creepy, like demonic shit that they do. So it wouldn't surprise me that they be like doing occult killings just as part of like their routine and ritual now, since it's been going on so long since, well, ever the Mexican drug war started. But yeah, that just having that happen, that little circle, you know, fucking around the killings that they did where they dismembered them and I think maybe ritually scarred them. I think I saw something about that, but I'm not sure.
I saw the pictures in this one thread. They had pictures of the dismembered limbs in the street. And I think it's weird that they tried to pass this off as just a glitch, because didn't it show up on multiple radars all around the area? So that seems really suspicious to me.
So is this recently?
Yes.
Like,
Yeah, this was September 2.
Yes, within the past
it happened like
3 or 4
yesterday,
days.
right? Or the day before that?
yeah, right.
September 2nd, yes.
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing here is that when I tried having a conversation, not specifically about this glitch, but about something that I noticed that I saved way back in 2018. So there was an InfoWars episode where Alex Jones was showing this map, and I decided to look a little bit deeper on this, like save this animated GIF map for later on until a time that I can, you know, show it off to people and see what exactly is going on. So I am attaching this right now here as well, so you guys can see this animated GIF playing. So this is from this is from the Cooperative Institute for Meteorological Satellite Studies, and as you could see over here, the GIF's moving. You're going to notice, and I'm probably going to zoom in on it a little bit more. There is a ray gun type effect. Yeah, there's a weird ray gun type rippling that's going on here on the side. I'm going to attach another picture just so you guys have a better idea of what I'm talking about here. So what exactly is this? I am not too sure.
I just noticed actually, like, for a second, there's one that appears, like a shorter one that appears right next to the east side of South America, and then on the west side there's the longer one.
Really? Let me take a look.
You notice that? Yeah, take a closer look. I think that's what that is on the east side. For a moment there's that weird flash.
I mean, I see a couple of flashes, but the most prominent one is that.
It's definitely the one on the west side. Yeah.
And what I tried doing is I tried reaching out to other people who may be a lot more knowledgeable than I am when it comes to what exactly this is. So I'm looking through this Twitter post to see if I could find. Here we go. Okay, so some of the answers that I got from these meteorological people were looks like infilling. You realize that these are made from a collection of satellites. The Earth is round, so it is piecing together, patching imagery together. Also keep in mind satellites like GOES 17 have sensor issues on different bands from cooling issues related to launch. And then we have a comment from Russell underneath. Rob is correct. The image is composed of imagery from multiple satellites, polar and geo. The original images are from a curved surface and are projected on this rectilinear projection. Missing and band data will cause this sort of pattern. Now,
it's basically a composite, right?
It is
all the different data.
Yes, but at the same time, how I see these composites working is that sure, like they create like these bands of information around the Earth, but this goes beyond like any one band, right? Like this is like, it's not like a straight band effect. It's not bordering on something that would be like a slice of a very peculiar glitch that would only encompass that one slice. Like it just like goes everywhere, and it follows a particular pattern of what looks like lines, like circular lines in perspective. So Shantyman, we were talking about this before. What are your thoughts on it? And you were also getting other thoughts on it as well from people.
Well, I'm not so certain how much of it is a glitch. Like, I mean, I noticed you guys noticed the one in the mid-Atlantic there, but like you can see something happen just east of Australia where it's like a white spot. And like, I mean, that looks like where there's like a data loss or like data absent, like a satellite feed. And I asked like someone in my family, like a very well-trained meteorologist and has like studied this stuff all their life. And the closest thing he could come to an approximation, like I sent him a picture of it. And I said, in all your years studying this, what have you seen that could produce this kind of effect, or is it just like a data loss glitch? He's like, pardon me here, I'm just walking. He said, no, the closest thing that he said it resembles is like a jet aircraft flying at low altitude in high winds, and it will produce like this sort of conical spiral effect from the jet engine just as it disrupts the wind as it's moving through it.
This one that was referring to the one that's on the west side of South America,
Yes, this
right?
is the big one, the primary one in question,
Okay.
like the spiraling
That's,
ray gun effect.
That
But
seems
it's
pretty
huge.
big. Yeah.
Yeah, he said
I don't
that.
know
He said
about
that's
that.
the other thing. He said it looks a lot like that. Admittedly, that happens on an infinitely smaller scale than what's portrayed there, though.
It's the earth unzipping.
Maybe they have huge planes out there. We just can't see them. They're invisible.
Well, here,
Yeah,
actually,
it's a dragon.
Weather
Flying from Antarctica.
I don't know why I didn't
atmospheric
do this
weaponry.
before. I could actually just
Look, it comes from Antarctica. It comes from Antarctica. I
Oh.
told people.
What is the
Oh,
significance
Garthan's
of
up to
this?
their
Like, what is the?
Okay, so this is something that I remember seeing in an episode of InfoWars where they showed this exact animated GIF. So I quickly went to the website that they were referring to right after that episode, and I just downloaded this GIF. Now when I go to this website of the university, for some reason all their images are cropped, where all their images are just like around the Atlantic region and not really showing this area. Now, I'm not saying that they cropped it because they wanted to hide this one particularly strange artifact. Maybe there's another reason. But still, I couldn't find it anywhere, and then I remembered, wait a minute, I already saved this to my computer, so I searched for it, searched for the file name, I found this fucking thing, and I uploaded it on Twitter yesterday, and I was going on a big back and forth with these meteorologists about, what is this? And they kept saying, like,
It's a glitch.
It's a glitch. They kept saying, like, meteorology 101, like they were talking about all this stuff that I'm
Well, do
aware
they
of.
have any other proof of this happening? Like, is there any other, like, similar
asking
things?
them.
Because I don't think that would just happen.
I actually
once
went
and
Googling.
happen again.
Could they reproduce
Prime
another similar one?
fine.
But is this related to the Akashic records, the ley lines? Like, what is going on?
No, it's the earth unzipping. Demons are gonna crawl out of it. It's a eclipse.
CERN is
Yeah,
up to
but
their,
that's
They're literally
as well.
taking. They're zipping
CERN is up
around
to
the
their
earth.
experiments
They're
again.
creating
They're-
devil.
They're opening a portal to hell.
I know, Meran, what do you think of this?
No, there were two things, interesting me. Not particularly this one, but this image of the circular city, right?
Circular City?
I mean,
Like Atlantis.
oh, yeah, back to the
yeah,
Mexican thing,
that
yeah.
one in the Twitter flow. This circular city, yeah, and this death cult going on among the Aztecs or whatever kind of people, behind this civilization, and some explanation. I mean, what is interesting with this kind of tribes coming together and building such a thing, reminding of a zodiac. And for a couple of weeks ago, you had some discussion about the art of fantasy and pop cultural things, and how you can use your imagination to explain a lot of things. I mean, understand how we could understand things and make some imagination of a future of all that. One thing is interesting for me was this kind of death cult and this kind of transformation. Death cult in the Mexico, they had their skull
Santa Muerte.
festivals and praising the death and so on. And then that reminds me of the first stage of the Mithraic rituals, this Corax thing, Corax, the vultures eating the corpse, and on the top of the Tower of Silence in the Zarathustrian, cemeteries, in the open air. So let the, ugly birds eating you up. And the second one is the transformation, and that made me think of Brazil. Another, Catholic society harboring a lot of, differences. And you were mentioning Poland all the time, which is also very interesting. I mean, you're mentioning lonely states like India, Japan, Poland. Poland is only Polish-speaking people. An island of Catholicism, sandwiched between, the Orthodox Russia and the other Catholic and Protestant world, and so on. And one may think maybe we need some kind of islands of civilization here and there, and building up some kind of medieval, feudal, aristocracy. Alexander
that's why they
Bardis.
had that's why they had Little St. James Island, I think. That's what. That's
Yeah,
what. That's
I think that what is relevant for all our discussion on how building standalone civilizations or core of them here and there, and then trying to connect them somehow together and spinning around some kind of global empire of our own. We are outsiders, all of us. Nobody wants to deal with us.
Well,
so House of Polyakov, some kind of Russian aristocracy,
yes,
red one. I don't know what.
No. You're right. I should probably have like multiple
crazy evil empire thing.
Well, why say evil?
Nobody
I don't want to be
cares about
evil.
us.
I don't want to be evil, but I do want to maybe have like a
They
harem.
are evil
like
ones, whether we want it or not.
Really? Why is that?
Led for the Emperor of Humanity.
Your evil highness.
No, why am I evil? I want to get to the bottom of this.
Okay, let's go to the hell.
Gotta go to Brazil. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go to Brazil. Yeah.
Brazil.
Another issue. Allow me. One thing is that I read in the mid of 90s, a couple of years after Freddie Mercury passed away, and they told. There was a reportage on the impact of Freddie Mercury tour in Argentina and Brazil, and they told that we don't expect a Polish messiah. What kind of messiah would that be? We want to have rock star like Freddie Mercury. He looks like us. Another Zarathustrian guy, all these things. So there is some kind of messiah cult we can build upon. Eastern Europe, South Africa. What the Queen tour meant, Sun City, they were hugely criticized because of, breaking the rules once again. Visiting South Africa, Sun City, they were banned, deplatformed, and they made their comeback and the Wembley Arena 1985 or 6, and completely, dominated the scene completely. All of them were there, and Freddie just made a clean house. So there is some kind of messiah's cult being around. I don't know what, but there is some kind of sense that people are being, okay, he's the guy, he's the man, he's the real McCoy, and things like that. And maybe there is, and the Queen had their tour in Budapest, also during the communist era. And why that? So they were breaking the rules all the time during the capitalist era and during the Cold War era, and made a great impact. And he is, immortal right now.
I don't know. You know what's funny about that? Because you mentioned a Polish, Poland being the center of this. A Polish writer actually wrote, I forget his name, but he wrote, what's that? It was like the film that was lost for many years, but they retained the footage. On the Silver Globe. It was like the series where like there was the cosmonaut that went to the moon, and there was like this civilization on the moon that they colonized, and they worship the cosmonauts like a god. And it's funny because in the third part, two descendants of the original cosmonauts came back to Earth and like basically imposed like worldwide computer god communism on the rest of the world by knowing someone who was helping a pop star who was doing this world tour into the Soviet Union, and they were like spreading this like weird form of communism from space through this pop singer. So that's like one of the plot points in on the Silver Globe. It was like the trilogy by this Polish writer. He was one of the very first sci-fi writers in like 1902 that he was talking about how like totalitarian, like Russian style totalitarianism was going to basically use space exploration to like colonize other peoples and then colonize the rest of the world. It's really crazy. There was always this like
space communism.
Yeah, exactly. Glorious space communism. But yeah, I do highly recommend reading on the Silver Globe. So yeah.
We also have a comment from Aman Sadhu. Freddie Mercury must have taken much Kundalini from many men to gain such strength.
Oh.
Reverse Kundalini.
Kundalini thief. By the way, Meran, do you know about Kundalini and this subject that we've been discussing ad nauseum on this BTR stream? Please subscribe, by the way, of reverse Kundalini. So when you would have anal intercourse, it would cause Kundalini to be reversed, to like go down. So I don't know if you're familiar with that. I mean, Kundalini.
It's called sapping. Go back there again.
Yeah. Yeah,
I can't believe Jules asked me that the first off I go from that episode. That was insane.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Mehran?
Yeah. I mean, I have heard about that when I was introduced into yoga, but you know the sexual aspects of all of that, I'm not that familiar with that. But you know this this recent discussion about sutra and tantra and things like that. Maybe there is some direct. Path into some kind of liberation. I mean, the sexual force and all this is, the sexual revolution, how that could be achieved. Once again, outside this Western world, outside this Western way of thinking, this kind of, Abrahamic dominated morality.
Now, when it comes to, let's say, seeing your body,
I don't know. I mean, you should take. I'm interested in I mean, the application of Kundalini. I mean, we're talking about how we could conduct new and open new horizons.
Exactly.
For the humanity, when we definitely know that couldn't be possible in US or Russia and China and so on, because they're so involved in their systems and in their competition. So let's, the axis of uglies. I mean, Japan, India, Iran, Brazil, Italy,
Japanese
Mafia,
girls are pretty.
all of us,
Japanese girls are pretty hot.
Bring it on. Freddie Mercury. Freddie Mercury. I mean, in our flags. Freddie Mercury.
Freddie Mercury. Well, with Kundalini, just one thing I just thought of right now, like if,
the politicians do it.
True. If the body is like a vessel, right, where you have like a vessel with the opening in the head, it's like if you have an opening in the head that allows the Holy Spirit to flow inside. But if you have like a puncture, in the bottom, then wouldn't the water just like flow down in the vessel? That's like I've never thought about it that way before, but it's like an as above so below example of our human body as this vessel. And the Kabbalah also talks about like how all of us are like the broken shards of a vessel that was filled up with God's love. And what I really love about the Kabbalah is that it looks at creation as giving and receiving, where, I mean, sure, I know in gay society you have the giver and the receiver, but beyond that, like if we're talking about the act of bestowing upon something, all your love, and then you in turn do the same to somebody else versus being in the modality of wanting to take, that transmutation of receiving into giving, I think that is something that, regardless of what we may say about, Abrahamic, not Abrahamic, whatever, like, that concept is something that I think would make for a healthier society where people would be focused not so much on how much can I receive as opposed to how I can transmute this desire I have to receive to give to people, and how having a family, having kids, having things that depend on you that you give back to, I think that does humanize people to a great extent, as opposed to it just being about base desires, which you get from just all the 7 deadly sins, I guess.
One thing I can say about Mercury is that he was a lonely guy at the end of the day, and in some interview he said to the Family Guy, "You got all this, all I could wish for." So this gay thing wasn't really the goal for him. Maybe some kind of painkiller. I don't know. But he had some kind of girlfriends and so on. But the girlfriends told, "You're a gay." I know. I understand that. Don't forget something else. And he told, "I want. I mean, what do you wish?" No, I prefer the bad guys. I want to be the bad guy. And because paradise is so boring people. Once again, criticizing the society. I want to be among the bad guys. So somehow he was a messianic figure, sacrificing himself for the sake of, some kind of humanity. If you want to, reconstruct this personality for, some kind of, redesigning. Oh, this is our Messiah, Freddie Mercury. I mean, what was really, the charisma of that figure? Wanting to go to the bottom of the hell. And this is very interesting. It's about Dante. Alighieri's, ninth and eighth and so on. The eighth.
The ninth circle.
Yeah. The eighth one is Homerus, Mohammed, and Pharisees. Just very interesting combination, right? And the ninth is Brutus, Cassius, and Judas.
The ninth is for traitors, like they say on 4chan.
But I have heard that Julius Caesar was stabbed to prevent a war with Persia. Judas once again, created deal. Saving the day. Okay, these traitors. Who's really the traitor? I don't know. We have to, go down to the hell of Dante and find out. Maybe replace them with some other figures. I don't know.
Well, like if there's like an ISIS member who betrays the ISIS people, for the Americans, and he stops a bombing from occurring, but he did betray them. So
yeah, but that's ISIS as a whole, because that's how ISIS was created by the Americans.
Yeah, but by the way, another figure which I think, Jugs, you're very familiar with is Werner Fassbinder. He was someone who also was attracted to these like bad boys, so to speak. Like he had that relationship with Salem.
Yes.
And Salem, he was from those mountains. What do you call those? Atlas Mountains. So he had
he was a Berber.
Yeah, he was a Berber.
Yeah, the Berber tribe.
He had like a family and everything.
Yes, and he had 5 kids. He had a wife.
It's like Paul Bowles, yeah.
Yep. And then he ended up dying, and then Fassbinder he did Corel after him, which is a great movie. If you guys haven't seen it, definitely watch it.
That one I have not seen. I have seen Fox and His Friends. How about you, Mehran? Have you seen any Werner Fassbinder movies?
Yes, some of them, but it was also a self-destructive person.
Yes.
But many of post-war Germans were like that. Transforming to something else. I think that the post-war German culture is extremely interesting. I need to have a closer look. This Kraftwerk, we are the robots. Transforming to robots. This Terminator concept once
Metropolis, again. Yeah,
Metropolis, all that. This discussion Giorgiani had with another guy. Giorgiani is talking about Prometheanism, right?
Oh, the John David Ebert one.
Yes, and the other guy told, but the Germans are Faustian. I mean, this kind of, experimenting and, searching into the occult and things like that. And that is extremely important to understand. For example, who were really the Nazis? Who were they? Were they the Chevalier of Grails, occultists? Beside all that, right? And then you can talk about, okay, what is this Germany thing, or the German question, the eternal German? Is that the constant struggle with the Faust? Is the Faust? I mean, I know for sure that this all thing of Persian thought, Zarathustra, and the Nietzsche. And then you have this, you're far better than me on this. And then you have, the Jewish Christian Marx, I mean, Jewish German Marx figure, falling for the Mazdakites, this kind of,
Mazdak, that's the proto-communism.
Mazdakites. And then you have the Freemasonry, the Illuminati, and all those, these Mithraic things. So you have all those German things, and then you have the Hitler. I mean, you have all those German figures, Marx, and then you have the core of the Freemason, Illuminati, and you have the German Jews, Einstein, and so on, and then you got the Hitler too. What's going on? And now you have Trump. This is some kind of
we're leaving a really big part of this.
So is Trump completing the system? Is Trump completing the system of German idealism?
German idealism.
Yes, they're crazy.
Well, we're living.
Problem is,
That's the conspiration.
they're too close to the particle accelerator in CERN.
There you
That's the
go.
problem. It's been destroying reality ever since before it was even built.
We're leaving a big part of this behind, though, which is the whole New Schwabenland thing having to do with the Nazis that may have escaped after World War II, went to Antarctica, and then they had a base there and went underground into Gartha.
Wasn't there that theory that they had a battle with the UFOs?
That's right. Yeah,
Yes, Operation High Jump.
What was that called again?
Operation High Jump.
High Jump.
1947.
Yeah.
But
back to Fassbinder, I think we forget all the time one aspect. We are always talking about men, right?
Yes.
This is men. Where's the women? And I had a discussion with my son about the next messianic figure. The closest we could come was David Bowie. Constant transforming, and this kind of connection, being the star man and things like that. And among the Palestinians,
he's very androgynous as well, David Bowie.
Yeah.
Yes.
Among the Palestinians, there is a messianic figure. He's going to free us from the Jewish Israeli occupation. Let's call it the blonde beast.
The blonde beast.
Yeah, the blonde beast.
Like the Nietzschean.
That is something very important. Let's make that another, messianic figure. And you don't know. Maybe he is a she. We never know. This kind of, transforming, and this feminist, movement, it has to be taken seriously. Feminine movement, or transforming the world into some kind of nourishing, taking care of this globe and things like that, putting an end to the wars. I live in Sweden, and there is, people thinking that, why can't we forbid war? War shouldn't be an option. I mean, just putting an end to the war, like, some kind of Zarathustrian, okay, this is Ahriman. War is Ahriman. We don't care about your religion. War is Ahriman, and war is, the greatest sin. Jihad is, and then you can, talk about some kind of female figure showing up.
But it's only if everybody agrees on that.
This kind of
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Everybody's got to be on the same page about this no war thing, because that's the problem that comes up where you're on the page of no war, so is your neighbor, but the guy, across the street is not on that page. Like, what do you do then? Like, you can't ultimately, hypnotize everybody into being against war. I mean, maybe, I don't know, but, like, what exactly are the options here other than divine intervention?
Yeah.
I mean, that's unfortunately what it comes down to here. But also, I want to hear from Niao, because I'm not going to pronounce the name properly again. What do you think of all this cat with the cigarette, listening to metal music? What's up? So I don't know. What do you make of this conversation so far when it comes to whatever? Here's the thing: you can talk about whatever the hell you want because this is Free for All Friday. So if you want to comment on the international relations or the Demon Tunnel or Werner Fassbinder or Freddie Mercury, whatever you want.
Yeah, I mean, you ever hear of this thing in Japan where it's like the reason why they think that tsunamis and earthquakes happen? They said that it's a big catfish wriggling under the water, and that's what causes it, because the samurai that's holding them down underwater comes like a little bit loose. So maybe that's what it was on the radar,
The Leviathan, basically.
Wasn't that catfish thing like the basis for a Pokemon too, right?
Whiskash.
Yeah, that's
Whiskash.
it.
I don't know. I'm not a nerd. dude.
Finally, something I know about.
I'm not a
Not
nerd.
life, bro.
I've never played
got a
Pokemon.
life.
either. I remember hearing about that.
Nobody has a life
story.
anywhere. Everybody is a nerd in the internet age. Don't kid yourself.
Yeah.
But there's
We're
a
all,
level of
we're all fat neats.
But there's a level of nerdom, though. Like, you remember that picture that was posted of some couple that dressed themselves up and had decorations of this cutesy Star Wars character that came out with the new Star Wars? I don't remember what the name of this character is. It's just like this weird blue character, and they decorated their entire room for this character, and it just looked so set up because there wasn't any organic fan base to go with this character. It almost feels like some company hired these people to put on these costumes like a good couple to have this character around them. Does anybody have any idea what I'm talking about, or am I the only one here?
Is that the blue Star Wars
I kind
character?
of remember.
Yeah, there's some Star Wars character. I don't remember his name. It's supposed to be cute, but the idea is just like that.
What?
Baby Yoda?
No, not Baby
Baby Yoda?
Before
The
Baby
pork,
Yoda.
it's the
Baby
pork.
Yoda?
It's the little
Yeah.
It's like a penguin.
Pork.
Yeah.
Those little. Those
He
little
said they were
bird
blue.
things.
Yeah,
I
pork
don't think they
Star
were
Wars.
blue.
Let me see. Oh yeah, you're right. It is a pork. It is a pork. You are absolutely right.
Oh.
So
Why did you think they were blue?
because the whole setup looked blue. I'm trying to find this
okay.
photo with this couple.
Well, I remember that image, and I thought that image was like literally like a psyop. I thought it was like viral marketing.
Exactly. Here, I found it. I think I found it.
Lev, you need to get a.
Go ahead.
You need to get
one
a.
person.
But,
You need to
but
get a-
Ariman said something interesting. I don't know. I could maybe just because I'm like an evil sexist, hates women. But I think like being having a messiah complex. It seems like a very like unwomanly thing. I don't know. Maybe I could be wrong. What the fuck is that? Oh my...
Were you thinking about her blue hair?
Yes.
Lev,
yes.
you need
Wait,
to
is
get
that a
a.
her?
That's
I don't.
see, this is
Oh.
demonic.
they
I
got
agree with that.
tattoos,
This
too.
is psyop.
So-
This is demonic right here. Like,
Lev, you
what
need
the
to
hell
get
is
Asterios Kokinos on here. He's a big fan of porgs.
I'm convinced this is real because this is just
That'd be
peak
great.
consumer culture. This doesn't
this?
surprise
This
me
is
in
why
the
Funko
slightest.
Pop is demonic because look at the black
Yes.
eyes, the soulless black eyes of consumer culture.
Did you just say look at the black guys? What's wrong with you,
The
man?
black
Chill.
Oh, the black eyes! No.
He's waiting in there.
You
He's
ever
waiting
watched
in there for
John?
his turn. Don't worry.
Black
No,
eyes.
he's waiting
like
for
a
his
doll's
turn.
eyes.
That was like
They
that.
have tattoos
Don't
on
look
their
into
legs.
its black eyes. Don't do it, guys.
Oh
Look
no,
away.
they have tattoos on their legs.
They do. They
The
have
guy for 3
tattoos
months who
too.
had like
They
a
have
closet.
tattoos of
Pure
them.
Oh.
T60 energy.
See,
Well,
this
they're
is an
happy.
appropriation because
They're
the
happy.
owl is the owl is the bird of wisdom. So yeah, it's yeah. This is terrible.
Yeah,
Don't
please
zoom
zoom in.
into
I
it.
really.
Don't
Yeah.
zoom into it.
Oh
Jesus.
no.
And that's great.
Are those porg socks too?
Yeah, they got the socks too.
No. Where
These
do you even
people
deserve
find
deserve to
all
be in a
this stuff?
camp.
Oh, yeah.
Etsy. That's where you find it.
Yeah.
What,
So
what
there we go.
emotion do you see on these faces? Look at like that one under his leg there, looking upwards.
That was so sad.
What's he looking up at? I wonder.
But then
Oh,
there was
this
also
is
that guy with
terrible.
the mole. You guys remember the mole guy, right?
The mold guy? What?
Mole man. I don't remember his
Oh,
name.
Hans Mole Man.
No, not
Yes.
Hans Mole Man. No. There was a mole man. There was a man with
the
a mole.
crying soy face man.
Yes, exactly. That
Yes.
guy.
Oh, that guy.
Oh, Star Wars guy.
Yeah, so that
Oh,
also
the one he was doing those reactions to the trailers and like
exactly.
crying
Hysterically.
hysterically.
I think that guy
Oh
got
God, that
punished
guy.
a bit.
Oh no.
Yeah.
That was great.
I don't know. He
He
got
should
a
be
bit too
crushed
much
by a
hate. I
steamer.
feel. I don't know.
I feel
Quality
bad
content.
for the
I
absolute
do
state
feel
of
bad.
him. Like, dear God.
Yeah.
What decisions do you make in your life to lead you to that kind of a state? That's
No, but
it's
Hero,
upsetting.
I think that down the path, like if you're a millennial, there could have been like only a few wrong moves that could have ended you up into there or something else. Like I didn't think there was like a few wrong moves. Like if I discovered,
dude,
like if I discovered anime instead of pro wrestling, I could have been like one way or the other, right? If
Well,
I
you become me.
If I didn't get a nasty comment by TJ Kirk back in 2007 on YouTube, I could have been a new atheist. Who would have known, right? Like,
Oh God.
Yeah.
If you were born after the mid '80s, you were 3 childhood experiences away from being Christian.
I mean, don't
Yeah,
I've
pretty much.
had my up at least through about 20. I had like really autistic obsessive bursts of excitement over like a lot of Legend of Zelda things or things like that, but none of them got to the level of like that guy's just unbridled like
see that happens to me.
Excitement
that used to happen to me a lot with a lot of different things, even recently. But I'm always just turned off by seeing other people get into it and just how absolutely insane they are, and it just scares me away. Like I was talking about earlier today or yesterday on Twitter, I think I was talking about my experience with I think it was Danganronpa, I said, and Harry Potter and stuff like that. And I'm like, these people are just insane. You know, I really liked this thing, and I wanted to talk about it more, but I don't want to end up like these people. And it's just horrifying.
The thing is, you don't want to
like the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Eternal Redditor to connect as well.
It's what?
Somebody
said it was the dumbest thing ever.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
understand
exactly.
people getting like heavily involved in fandoms and being like bitching about them. I think it's stupid.
Oh,
like
I
people
don't care.
will not like something specifically because of shit like that. So.
Yeah, no, I don't care about the state of the fandom. I'm just gonna enjoy what I want, and I don't care if the fandom is.
But isn't that
terrible.
what you just said, that you don't want to end up like those people? I don't know what that means.
Oh no, I just don't want to become one of those people who's like totally obsessed and becomes insane. basically.
Don't become
Yeah, but
part
that's just
of
a
a fandom.
LARP, though. That's just like a LARP. I think they want to be so obsessed with it, so they're like.
I think drowning yourself in a community of things like that. This is why I say all fandoms are trash, right? Like you can enjoy something and you can enjoy something with friends who also enjoy that thing. But if you take part in like, the hype of the fandom, you end up you end up getting consumed by it.
I don't even get people like talking about fandoms because I literally don't like intervene with them at all. Like they have no part in my life for anything that I like. So I don't know.
They're for children.
That's understandable.
They're
just
for
don't.
children.
Yeah.
And that's like that's you get the social thing when it's kids.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's
yeah,
an
exactly.
experience
So
that's
why would
better
I
off
want to talk
avoided.
to a bunch of 14-year-olds about Danganronpa? I don't know.
Exactly. That's the point. So just
The thing
enjoy
is,
it
like
on your own.
growing up within like modern consumer culture, like going up through. I'm speaking of as someone who comes out of Silicon Valley, so this is just like normal behavior over here, and I'm kind of glad I got out of it. You grew up enjoying all of these like different things, which games do you like, which shows do you like, which all these different consumer products you like, right? And you get caught up in the fandoms of it, and they are for children. And then you become 20 and people are still doing it in college and they're still talking about it. And that's just like, that's their personality, that's their life, and that's their drama. They get caught up in stuff like that. And I find it really gross, and it's just unhealthy, but that is a thing that happens to people nowadays.
What, fandom?
There's
Yeah,
nothing
those
to
are
move
also
on
the
to.
type of people that like groom
infantile
kids.
30-year-olds, they're everywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
That's just the type of thing. That's all I'm saying. You don't want to be like that. That's all I'm trying to say.
What differentiates like higher pursuits from like being like I know the answer obviously because I'm a shameless elitist, but what differentiates being like a theory cell that reads like the latest like urbanomic publication as opposed to like someone who invests all their time in buying Funko Pop or buying anime or Sonic?
There's no difference.
Whatever, right?
I would say the level of self-improvement that comes out of it.
Yeah, but is there self-improvement when you're reading about niche philosophy that only like a handful?
No, it is.
Well, I don't know because I'm not a theory cell.
It's basically. Yeah, I know. I agree. It's basically the same thing.
I feel like no, but I feel like I say this because a lot of people, they sort of like OD on red pills, and they like purely post about politics, and they like there's whole accounts that just post about like, here's what the N's and the J's are doing today, and like I guess the left, they have
Follow
the
me at
equivalent of
race
like,
and
here's what
nation.
Trump is doing today. It just seems like we have this capacity for mindless self-indulgence and unwarranted
Yeah.
self-importance, right? But
Well,
this gift
think
right
you just-
here is just yeah.
Well, I think you just painted the picture of what the difference is, right? If let's say someone like you that's looking into, new theories or books or whatever it is, right? You're looking at them for like self-improvement. You're looking at them for how can I expand my knowledge on these things that I think are going to lead to better future pursuits. Whereas in a lot of cases with something more, consumer product based, it's more about kind of fulfilling like a pleasure or just pure like enjoyment. There's not really an interest in pursuing anything like a, what do you call it, productive, let's say.
Yeah,
we have a good
physical
comment.
media is very important as well, like whether it's books or DVDs or whatever it is before it.
I don't know, all the Chinese overdo it though. Like when I went to Canal Street, I saw that they had these giant-looking DVD covers, and they weren't giant because there was something more in it than just the disc. They wanted to show how prominent it was so that it could be prominently displayed like this. And maybe there's something to it, but it just seems like, it's more expensive because it just has this giant cover, but it's just for show. I guess there is some kind of what do you call it? There may be something of a boastfulness about, look at how much bigger my DVD cover is than yours. I don't know. Not really sure what
when
that's
you think
about.
of it, we were never meant to,
collector's edition.
Yeah, like we were never meant, like the human organism was never meant to consume this amount of media for this suspended period of time for that long. Like our brains were programmed to consume like maybe like I could just think of when painters like Albert Bierstadt came back from the American frontier in California. He would have these like humongous landscape paintings of the North American natives, and he would like reveal them like bit by bit in front of a theater. Like that's how huge they were. And I'm thinking like nowadays with the age of the moving image and the age of mechanical reproduction, now digital reproduction, it just seems that our minds have become fried by having like the different sort of subtleties almost lost. So it hasn't been that technology has furthered our pursuit of like glorious art. Like in some ways it has. There's very niche things that you can explore, but at the same time, for when it comes to the masses, it's almost like our brains haven't kept up. I would say our souls haven't kept up with the potentialities of digital technology delivering works of art and things of that nature, because it seems like when it comes to like immersive experiences, for example, it just seems like people want to go into goon caves, and they want like a VR version of a goon cave where they just have the like base sensual desires met. But people, they don't have a high tolerance for, like, for example, in great cinema, like Tarkovsky, he would put these like very long, drawn out, almost like moving paintings of scenes of nature and ponds and rivers and things of that nature, and like microbes. Like he would do that in the beginning of the film to like weed out the normies, because people wouldn't tolerate it for very long. So that's why like you had to earn the right to look at a Tarkovsky film. Whereas nowadays, like people don't want that. People like, they want you to have eyeballs on 24/7 to what you're
people
doing.
don't want to be bored anymore.
Exactly.
Revette did the same thing, like with
I don't
One.
like movies with
Yeah,
subtitles.
that's right.
Well, what happens when
Oh
you're
yeah,
bored?
my mother's the same way. She hates subtitles and stuff like that. So
well,
I think when you're bored, it gives you a bit of space to vomit up all of the ideas that you've picked up for hours and hours scrolling through Twitter.
Exactly.
It's something that helps you grow as opposed to just consume. I must consume.
Exactly.
Yes.
I'm gonna consume.
Because while you're on the internet, you're just getting so many different types of ideas all at once, and they kind of mix and blend in your stomach, and it becomes a bit much for me, at least.
Yeah.
Well, at least you have several
I
heads.
need peace and quiet to
Like
get rid of it.
how many heads do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have 5 heads. That's 5 brains to be able to compile data together. So you're luckier than most. But also we have Hotep Sophia joining us to talk about a very important issue.
You're welcome.
But before that, I wanted to quickly show a video here. I posted Ninja Cat earlier. This is something that I was sharing on Twitter before. So I just wanted to share this with everyone. What exactly ended up happening with this heroic cat. So we have a pit bull who was attacking this poor kid, you know.
Oh, always a pit bull, eh?
Yeah, always a pit bull. Why is that?
13-280.
Yeah, so here's the camp. Yeah, here's that pit bull. Wait, is it a pit bull? Yeah, it looks like a pit bull, right?
Yeah, that's
like
right.
a bit of a
Yeah, that is a pit bull.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
it
is a pit bull.
Yeah.
Pit mix
Confirmed.
or something.
Yeah, so here we go. Poor.
Oh my god.
Yeah, imagine that happening to you. And the cat, the heroic
Base.
cat.
Nice, base.
Look at that.
Right.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm a cat person myself, so.
Awesome.
Same.
Yeah, look at that. So
Yeah,
this
me
is-
I'd
too.
like a dog, but it's just they're too much work, I guess. I don't know. My mother,
Gang.
Yeah.
not gonna work.
I got a
Dog's
puppy
an
right
asshole.
now at my feet who will not fucking behave. He's chewing my goddamn chair right now. He's trying to knock over my guitar. I just want him to shut up so I can say terrible things on the internet.
I love dogs, love cats.
My
I love
dog
that
is the
streamer
size of a
that-
cat.
Who is that drunken streamer that threw his dog on stream? Now that I'm thinking about it.
Who's dog?
A what? Like
What?
what about a
What's
little
a-
lapdog or something?
Oh no, that not the guy that used to play Call of Duty, but like the streamer, the girl that like.
No, she threw her cat.
Yeah, she threw her
Alinity,
cat.
she threw her
There
cat.
you go.
God.
She also spit vodka in its mouth.
Was that is Alinity the
poison.
iDubbbz girlfriend? Simp?
No, that's
no, that's
Close
I
enough.
forgot what her name
That's
is.
Rainbow
Close
Kids.
enough.
Just leave
Her
the
name's
animals alone. Leave the animals alone. Don't
I
fuck around with the animals.
Yeah.
That always
No.
makes me sad. Like the only exception is like when a raccoon was getting at the dog of Kevin Rose, who's that guy from G4. So he picked up the raccoon by his raccoon tail and just like swung him around and threw him out of there. But that is
It's a video of gorillas doing that. That's awful.
oh man.
To be
But
fair, raccoons deserve it, I think.
well, I mean they're kind of cute.
Depends.
They're very cute.
Yeah.
City
I
raccoons
had
are some
two
nasty
fighting
people.
outside of my window in a tree. It was horrifying. I thought that they were like,
You're in
going to
DC,
get knocked
you're gonna get the
over or
mean
something.
ones.
Yeah, it was horrifying.
Yeah. Well, Hotep Sophia, I would love for you to talk about the hair situation with what's your face?
Adele.
Adele. Yeah. What's going on?
Okay,
Oh,
I'll
what's this?
post it in the chat too. I don't know if you guys saw this. So
Hi.
basically, there was a diaspora war earlier this week, and of the blacks from America and the ones from overseas and actually everywhere else. It was just American blacks who were sort of being the target of this particular diaspora war. Anyway, here's the picture. So what happened was Adele comes out with this picture, which somebody has now told me is actually Photoshop, which is it would be absolutely hilarious if it was. And so Black Americans just started making fun of her because she looks crazy. Just in general, that is that's a crazy looking.
Yeah, look at her
everything.
face.
But I mean, her
Didn't she
lost
look
a
like
lot of
Katy
weight.
Perry a little bit? I don't know.
She looks
Yeah,
like someone's holding a
you're
gun
right.
to her and like pose.
Well,
You
she's
could
at
pose.
okay. To be fair, she is at Carnival. Well, it's either Jamaican Independence Day or Carnival, so they have
Oh,
theirs
that makes
at the
sense.
same time. So she's probably super drunk. Like, okay, so to be fair, like she's not probably in her right mind. I would just guess.
Whoa.
But like her hair looks crazy. Like
Yeah.
Bantu knots are notoriously difficult to do anyway, and so like she just looks crazy. And so Black Americans start making fun of her. And what happens is people from blacks from London or whatever across the pond, they start saying, well, y'all have enough problems in your country. Y'all should be worried about that and not worried about her hair. And I was just like, okay, first of all, to me, I thought everybody was just making jokes, but like the people in London or England or whatever, they got really, really upset. And then this leads to this whole thing where they're saying that Black Americans have no culture. And that makes me extremely, extremely angry because that is actually factually untrue. Like we have lots of cultural things that are Black American cultural things.
Coming up on the
And
intro
so
race
then
war.
you have people
sorry.
start, well,
I didn't
I mean,
mean to say
no, but you're right. Hair is a big factor.
Gio.
Like that's just one of the biggest things. So then you have like literally all of these people that are just like saying, you know, you guys don't have any culture. You guys are just like white Americans and all this crazy stuff. And so Black people are kind of like, whoa, wait a minute. Like, this is not true. Like, you guys are going real overboard defending this white woman who has nothing to do with this what's supposed to be about her. We were just making fun of her. So literally,
Hutus and Tutsis.
Go ahead.
Hutus and Tutsis.
Hutus and Tutsis.
I don't know.
Rwanda.
I don't know who these people are. I just
the two tribes in Rwanda that attacked each other.
Yeah, it was just, I mean, it was crazy because like I got into I tweeted at Zuby, which was a mistake. I really just should have not done that. And he retweeted me because I said, look, delete this because you don't want nothing with ADOS, because ADOS is American descendants of slaves. We was just making jokes. Like he said something like there's no Black culture, something like that. And I was like, well, just delete this. Like this, you don't want nothing with us. So then he retweets me, I'm nobody. Quote retweets me and sticks his whole verified fan base on me. So I just muted the thread. I was like, I'm not arguing with you people because this is really unfair.
I can't wait till I have enough clout to just mog motherfuckers.
He went on
Tag me
Rogan
when
and
you do. That sounds fun.
He went on Rogan and he's picking on people like us. That's just
it's
that's
nonsense.
mean.
And he's not an American. He should not even be a part of the conversation because this was American conversation. So then I, asked some of the other hoteps like, when did we go? When did Black used to be an American term? It meant American Blacks. Now Black applies to every person in the whole diaspora. When did that happen? So I asked them and they brushed me off. I was like, okay, so nobody cares about this. So I've come to the conclusion that there's something wrong with Northerners. Like, I don't know what it's like. The Mason-Dixon line is like the time-space continuum. Like, I don't know, but the difference between Northern Blacks and Southern Blacks is Southern Blacks realize we have a culture and Northern Blacks identify with, I guess, standard American culture or something. I don't know. But now if anybody brings it up, there was the Great Diaspora War of 2020 over Adele, a white woman. So I don't know how this happens. I'm just reporting the news, I guess, on this one.
American Blacks have like one of the most well-defined cultures in the entire country.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
How do you even come up with that? That's insane.
It's because really it goes back to the whole education debate, which is after Reconstruction, there was a segment of Blacks who wanted Black people to be educated in what whites were educated in, just like whites. And there was a segment of Blacks who want Black people to be educated in stuff that was relevant to their particular lives. And so this is basically the same battle from 1870 that's still going on absolutely today, because that's why I said it's a Northern versus Southern thing. Southerners don't have this, complex about having a culture because it's just what it is. But for whatever reason, Northerners have this whole complex like, oh, Black culture doesn't exist. It's really just an extension of white culture. And that's sort of true, but not really, because what is white culture? I feel like that's racist. To just call all white people white. I mean, who are you talking about? Like white Italians? White who? Like,
I am not white. I am not white as an Italian.
Yeah, Gio, you're a Southerner.
We're not white.
Italian was the first thing.
Like, give up Thanos.
I'm sorry. But I'm just like, these people are just, I mean, it's such a complicated issue, and it's really rooted in this whole idea that in order to be accepted as a full citizen, Blacks need to be educated in the same way as whites, with the same education, not an equality of opportunity, but an equality of outcome. And that's a huge problem that's going on today, and nobody seems to be able to flesh that out. They just get stuck in the, okay, it's a diaspora war. But why? Like, why does this stuff always come out, and you have the descendants of slaves, the Southerners, that are like trying to fight these battles, and everybody else is just kind of like, whatever. Why am I fighting over America? Why do I care about America?
So, Sophia,
and that's what it seems like to me.
In your version of, let's say, a parallel universe where, let's say, the Southern blacks would have had even more autonomy over their own culture, over their schools, would you be able to walk us through what a school like that would look like? What are the certain differences that could have been developed over time that will be noticed?
Well, I think that like Booker T. Washington, like he's the pioneer of this. So one thing he said was that instead of being all pressed to get job or be elected to Congress or whatever it is, people would be more focused on having businesses in their communities to serve their communities. And one thing he said was, at the time, this speech that I'm thinking about, the Atlanta Compromise speech, was given in 1880 or something like that. But he said there was 8 million blacks in the South. He said that's 8 million basically potential consumers that you could be selling to, but instead you're too busy trying to win power in the Congress when you really should be doing something to make money with your people that are out here. And I think that I don't think that it would necessarily look any different. I just think you would see a lot more emphasis on business creation within the community, or at least to serve the community, as opposed to now you're starting to see like it's a big thing. People are like, oh, buy black. But I'm like, where are these black people from? Because like, if I'm not shopping with a diaspora black at this point, if I can help it. I mean, just because of how, I mean, they really, we've taken the descendants of slaves have taken a lot from these diaspora blacks this year specifically, and especially like now you're black. Like, no, black is an American term. So now, like, to me, I'm always looking at who I'm going to spend money with. So I have my own hierarchy. When I go and spend my money, I try and spend my money with a Black American first, and then if I can't find a decent Black American, then I'll just go with an American. Then I'll go with a foreigner if I know that, especially like a cultural item. Okay, I'll go with a foreigner, and then like diaspora blacks at the bottom. Like I just try to avoid, because I'm just tired. I'm tired of fighting these people. Like really, I'm tired of fighting these people.
You don't like Bahamians looking down their nose at you?
Tired. I'm sorry. It is bad. I know it's like not good, but I'm just so tired.
Zuby was gonna come on the show.
To defend myself. Who
Zuby's
is?
Gonna come on. Zuby.
My God. No, I told you.
I met him.
No
he gets shredded by
I
him.
would be on the show with him because, first of all, I'm not a fan of England, and I'm not a fan of agents. So when you put me and an agent together, they're gonna click off the stream. There's no agents that like to be around me because I could sniff them out from a mile away.
Well,
being from this area.
We've got someone from the Commonwealth at least here. So Holy Weather, you're from Australia, and I don't know what.
Well, America's a Commonwealth nation, so like.
No, it isn't.
Yeah.
No. We fought the war over that, and we kind of won. So
we
not
lost
exactly.
The war. We
Descendant
lost.
of New England loyalists here.
Sophia, what is it that you can say? What is it that you can tell us to get us into the same mindset of we lost the war with England? Walk us through this.
Okay. How can I walk us through this? So basically, I think that the monarchy realized that in a full-out war with a bunch of scrappy 17-year-olds was not going to end well. Just like we know our dear friend Kyle, he fought a war that didn't end well for his assailants. So I think they realized this was probably a bad idea. So what they then proceeded to do is to basically take over our country via fiscal policy. So that would be banking, and that would also now you see that in contracts. So a lot of government contracts are actually with companies that may have an American subsidiary, but they're really British companies with golden share held by the monarch. Especially companies like Serco. You have Crown agents that operate in America. You have Lockheed Martin. British Petroleum, BP. These are all British companies. They have Serco has the most government contracts of anybody, and their success rate on their contracts is literally like 40%. They do a terrible job. So basically, we've been co-opted from corporatocracy, which is why we don't have free markets. We don't have free markets. We have a corporatocracy. So we've been totally co-opted.
How do you spell Serco?
SERCO.
Well, how long have the British been doing this though? Like, has this been going on since the war?
Hundreds of years.
Has it?
I can say that
back.
the American intelligence service was basically a junior partner to the British intelligence service for its initial establishment period after World War II, and was basically set up and like they were like shown the ropes by MI5, by MI6. By all these like crown intelligence organizations and stuff, and you have a lot of
that's what Five Eyes is too.
And if you want to see like who gets involved in the early intelligence service, it's a lot of people from like the big New England universities. And where do they have a connection with Britain? In the lodge, in the Freemasonry.
Oh, not only that, the Pilgrim Society, which no one ever talks about. No one knows what it is, I guess, but me. And the Pilgrim Society and literally the Crown agents run this whole country. You would be shocked if you knew who was a Pilgrim Society member and took fealty to the Queen. You would be shocked.
I feel like nothing can shock me at this point, but I'm with you.
These people need to be run out of this country. I'm telling you. Some of y'all think that this whole, hanging from the gallows is a joke. I'm one of the true believers. These people are traitors.
This is why I like you.
Well, it was all the OSS and the Duels brothers. It was all they were trying to synthesize knowledge of the German idealists were coming up with and through the Anglo establishment.
That's all these evil Anglo crown people had invested.
Here's some of the names: Henry Kissinger, Margaret Thatcher, Caspar Weinberger, Douglas Fairbanks Jr., Henry Luce.
Henry Luce, dude, he's the most important man in the 20th century. Henry Luce. He owned Life and Time magazine, and he created the psychedelic revolution.
Interesting.
That's right. And he had some connections to
infiltration.
Oh, and by the way,
I think the whole British
psyop
invasion was
psyop. Didn't he have connections to some various like English people that were involved with like Thalemite societies and things like that? Or
Henry Luce was close personal friends with Aldous Huxley, who spoke to Crowley a lot.
There you go. Yeah,
Huxley. Oh Lord.
Well, him and
when you think about it that way,
Huxley was. I don't know. Oh, sorry. I was just going to say that Huxley was also in the Century Association with Henry Luce.
There you go. Yeah,
another one.
Well, he was also a friend of what is going on with me today? Friend of the Darwin, Charles Darwin, and his brother. Like they were all
Julian.
Yes. Yeah. So when it comes to the way that we perceive even our own selves, this is why I look more at the Rudolf Steiner-esque view of what's going on here. But also, by the way, daily reminder. The daily reminder is that Henry Luce, it says over here, born in China, son of Elizabeth, Presbyterian missionary, not A.J., Henry Luce, daily reminder.
Well,
but he had some J in there though.
You gotta look a few.
You gotta look at the early late section.
What's his mama's surname?
You just gotta look.
Well, there's that strain of British elitism where they believe that they're the descended from the tribes of Israel, though.
Yeah. And then Lord Pendleton, who helped. Was it Lord Pendleton that helped establish like the early Zionism, right?
Balfour and like all those guys. Yeah.
Well, there are people who are saying that they're the true Israelites.
Those were the guys that got us to...
while the Jews today are like descended from Esau, from the Edomites.
Yeah.
So there is that whole
Isaac's sons, Sack's son.
But keep in mind that he was
That's
like
what the Hebrew Israelites.
he was like redheaded. He was like redheaded and hairy. And I gotta say, like when it comes to redheaded girls, I would love to marry a redheaded girl in the future. I know Serpent Mound's got a redheaded girlfriend. By the way, there's some weird noise coming from the background of some scrunching.
Oh, go back to Russia, Les.
That's
Go to some
me.
of like those little Finno-Ugric republics. They have whole
Yes.
villages full of redhead people.
Oh man, that's the dream, isn't it? Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I have good hopes for Russia eventually, not right now, but maybe later on when things are different there. I could go back there, maybe start a family, build a log cabin, have a my dream would be to have a traditional
Sauna.
traditional Russian banya, because I love, when you hit yourself with the or have somebody else hit you with the birch trees. Like that would be like that's something that my kids will do. Like my kids will just hit their father with the birch branches as just like instead of homework, because fuck homework.
was like
instead,
this
just
one-
hit me with the birch branches.
That was like this one story, and I don't know why my mother makes me watch this show, but that show 90 Day Fiance that's all popular now?
Oh
There's
my
like-
God.
You
the
keep
one-
saying your mom's making you watch this. How much of it is you just wanting to watch it at this point, Gio?
Your
Mom, you
There's
gonna make
that
us watch
one
the show?
where they go to have a traditional wedding in Moldova, Andrea and what's her name?
Oh
Libby.
my God.
And then like Libby's family are just like these fucking boorish like redneck Americans. They're like, I can't believe this is terrible. And it's like, oh, it's so stupid. It's so hilarious. But like, it reminds me of that, like how I think everyone should watch 90 Day Fiance because it basically
Definitely.
discredits multiculturalism. So it's, I think
Also
everyone
discredits
it's a
modern
Red Pill show.
relationship dynamics.
Yeah,
I remember seeing only one episode, and it was like a Colombian like super bimbo goes to like a rural Oklahoma.
Yeah. That was a
it-
good one. There's another
Oh.
Colombian where this guy is like this like emotional wreck from Texas that's like moving to Colombia because he cheated on his girlfriend or whatever. But yeah, it's hilarious. Everyone should watch the show. It's unintentionally based. It really really highlights the trajectory of what globalization has brought us. So who knows?
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen later on with this globalization thing, like we were talking before about these splits. I really want to get some people on here later on who are from, like, Poland. I want to bring in Polish Prince later on. At this moment, he can't make it, but that would be a good
Nice.
person to have on. And in general, I am not for something like these wars that keep us stuck in these areas. I think that's bullshit. But when it comes to doing something about it, like, that seems to be the one untouchable cow. Like, look at fucking Michael Hastings when he ended up going against the general, Like, that is the one area that it seems you cannot cross with your limbs intact, because a lot of money is also made from that, and that's like, how do you change that? How do you, I don't know, that's a big question. See, everybody's all demoralized right now because that's a big elephant. in
I
the
want
room.
newer and
trying to
cooler
think.
wars.
What happened?
So
Just got back.
You want newer and cooler wars?
Yeah.
What would a cooler
Oh,
war
no.
be? I'm
I don't know,
curious.
like something big in South America. I want to see like Brazil
South
and
America.
Colombia, Molotov, like doing like a Molotov-Ribbentrop pact.
Well, what
with
about the
Venezuela.
forest? What about the Amazon? Like, don't you?
Well,
aren't-
well, like I mean, the Amazon will eat like all the people that like die in the fighting, so it'll nourish it.
True.
Now we
Yeah.
I
gotta
don't know if-
harness. We gotta harness the river dolphins and ride them into
Yeah.
battle.
I don't know how I feel about countries south of the border going to war. That sounds really scary.
Well, they're gonna do it. Those Latin American people got beefs that they haven't scratched in a while.
I mean, they've always got beef. They've got
Yeah.
kind of going back to the whole like quote unquote death cult thing. They do kind of have an obsession with like death and the dead, which I think it's cool. But they
Santa
have like
Muerte.
a real seriously strong.
Santa Muerte.
They
Yeah.
have a strong, serious connection with that, and it kind of you see it embodied when crazy shit like that goes down. It's really frightening, to be honest. And I'd be kind of worried if something like that were to happen.
I'd go down and make money off it.
Oh my god.
Oh, good.
Well, they had those flower wars. And by the way, if anybody has Ethereum, and we got Bane joining us right now. That's good. If
Hey,
anybody
yeah.
if anybody's got any Ethereum tokens, if you go to cryptocurrency checkout,
You're not
either
stealing my
in
coins,
the
Lev.
description, just as a test even, because I want to see if this thing works. So as a test, if anybody's got any Ethereum crypto, go to cryptocurrency checkout. The link is in the description, and I just posted the link in the chat. Saturnalia says, "Yo, Lev, if you set up BAT or..." Yeah, see, I thought I set it up. I'm not really sure why it's not working. So, like, it should be set up. I'm going to do some research, see if I can maybe put another link to set that up. But while that's going on, if anybody's got Ethereum, go there. Or if anybody has PayPal and wants us to wet our beak, streamlabs.com/lovejules, that's where you go. So before we get to Bane, who I thought he was coming, I think he may be having a connection thing, so he'll be coming in. I want to do some shout-outs real quick. Martin K, my dacha is your dacha left. Thank you very much, Martin K. We got Aman Sadhu, as always, the great Aman Sadhu. Archon Dare, well, Blue Shoes here with us, but also in the chat. We got, let's see who else. Buff, as always, the great Buff. Let's see. Azu, back with us, Azu. Wong Car Y Superfan XOXOXO. Great to have you back with us. And I think, and over here we got Kyle Napoleon. As always, great contributor, Kyle Napoleon. And yeah, that's about all. No, Asir Vanier. Thank you very much, Asir Vanier, for being here. And don't forget to subscribe, everybody who's watching this right now. We do it for you, and we also do it for developing our inner flanges. And we got
Inner
Bane
flanges.
here. Yeah, we got to develop the inner flange, which is our chakras. Like flanges are like chakras, you know, you got to expand them out. And Bane, great of you to join us today. How are you?
Doing great. Sorry for being a little bit late, but thank you for having me on.
There is no late here on the BTR stream, especially for Free for All Friday. So what has been going on? Like, I don't even want to concentrate on any of the subjects we talked about so far, because I think there may be something that you want to talk about that is completely unrelated, or maybe not. What do you want to talk about?
Oh, well, I have no idea what you guys have been talking about all night. I've just got done with classes, so I don't want to steer the conversation in any direction.
No, it's already been derailed, so don't worry about that. Tell us what exactly happened with the classes. You're taking a pre-law right now, right?
Yeah, law.
Jesus.
Yeah, I just that the other day. It was not particularly fun, but you know, we'll see how it turns out.
It must be mind-numbing on Zoom. My God.
Oh yeah.
The Zoom classes are so bad. I get we've had trolls in class, like people who aren't even part of the class joining in the link and coming in and saying weird stuff.
I'm jealous. Mine are so boring.
Such a terrible format.
Wait, so how many people are currently taking Zoom classes right now? Can you raise your hands? I think there's an option to raise your hand. Okay.
Yeah.
In Zoom, I think you can. There we go. See what Hero did right now? Everybody. Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Yes.
How do you do that?
Go to
I'm
reactions.
very happy to be uneducated country scum.
Yes, so I actually have no idea how that was done, but there we go. So 1, 2, 3, 4 people on this. Yeah, so I don't know. Tell us about what's going on there with these classes.
It's where the chat is.
Yeah, right.
I see. Okay, perfect.
Yeah,
so,
there you go.
So tell us about these classes. What is the experience versus sitting there live in front of somebody?
I don't like it. It's it just feels so detached, and it's like you can't get up directly and talk to the teacher if you have any questions or anything. It's like it's just not a good experience.
Can't you raise your hand like we were doing just now?
So sometimes you can, but also sometimes
There we go.
it's just sometimes you can't either.
They'll like
how it works.
doing like the sharing screen, like to show like a PowerPoint. It'll put all the cameras off to the views of the people off to the side. So if you like raise, the professor will never even see you. So
you'd have to type it in the chat maybe, and they don't always check that.
By the way, somebody has their sound on of the video that's going on in the background because I sometimes hear it. But there was a Zoom class that I saw with one of the teachers, although I can't find it right now, where one of the teachers accidentally left their camera on when they were shitting on the toilet. So
I saw that.
Oh.
No, thankfully that
I hope
never
they were like
happened.
an ogre of a human being too.
Yeah. I saw a green text. I'm not sure how real or fake it was, but someone said that the professor had to turn off her camera to breastfeed her children,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. That was yeah.
saying
all my classes are done from the schools.
Yeah.
They don't do it at home. The teachers aren't broadcasting from home, so
Oh,
nothing like
really?
that ever happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All of mine are doing from home. What sucks for me is I'm taking studio art classes, and these are things like I've hated almost all of my classes that I've taken in college up until like last semester, because I was finally taking like fun studio art classes where I got to work with my hands and stuff. And then like a couple weeks into the semester, all of a sudden it's like, oh, work from home. You don't have the studio. You don't have the equipment anymore. Haha, that sucks. It was really disappointing.
Yeah. If I had to do something like that, I'd hate it. So I'd hate having to do that online.
I'm taking screen printing right now, so I've been having to set up like a small studio at home while I can.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can go in person for more classes, because I have one that I had to go in person for. So I'm trying to see if I can do more, because I don't like the online experience. It's just terrible.
Well,
in my opinion.
Holy weather.
Well, I love I was gonna say I'm taking online classes too, and I absolutely love it because in most doctoral programs you have a lot of raving Antifa people, so it helps me not to get into arguments with people. Like I probably told this story before, but I went to a residency and I literally almost got into a like actual fight with some of the teachers, the teacher students, because they were talking about Chavez, and I was like, Venezuela is doing terrible. People are dying and they're starving, and they were like, no, it's a great place. Like, these places are fabulous. I'm like, no, they're not. But I was the only person who said anything. And so it was a really extremely traumatic experience. So I was able to do my last residency from home. And I can tell you, I did not actually get into any fights with anybody. So I'm actually extremely glad for it, because at my level of education, the people are nuts. And so I was very happy not to have to actually physically be in the same room as these people myself. But I guess if you're an undergrad, it's kind of horrible. But yeah, for doctorate, you're just like, please get me away from these people. Especially me, because I'm like,
yeah, but hero screen printing, I mean, bro, that's like white girl stuff. Like, get into lithograph or something like that. Like,
I did lino cut last semester, man.
Well, that's good. That's
Sophia, I kind of agree with you. I mean, I like being home, but I kind of lucked out a little bit being home for a bit, because my school actually, they said that people were going to go back on campus, but they said everyone had to buy an apartment. So anyone who was living on campus had to buy an apartment. But then they canceled everything on campus entirely. So now people were stuck with 15 like 1 year long apartment leases.
And they're not letting people out. That's what at University of Maryland, they would not let people out of their leases. And they would not return their money either.
Yep.
Just awful.
Yeah, and I luckily waited on it, so I luckily didn't get stuck with that. But it must be crazy, because I mean, I doubt these schools decided on canceling stuff just out of a whim. This probably had been planned like months in advance, is my guess. So I wonder what the ramifications of this is going to be like down the line.
Hopefully colleges will close forever.
Yeah.
Yes.
Again,
that's the ideal timeline. The best timeline.
I've said it before. I'm gonna shill Cowboy's idea of if you're going to university, record all your Zoom classes so you can upload them to an archive at a later date.
No, definitely. I want to see how bad some of these teachers are. This has actually been a dream of mine, where
some people are doing this already. By the way.
Oh, please, please, we gotta showcase this.
They recorded a lot of my classes have been recorded. The only thing is, I don't know if I'm actually allowed to distribute them.
You could share them with us, and then
I don't know if I'm allowed to. I will see.
No, like in private. In private, I mean, like share it to. Just so we have an idea of what exactly we're dealing with here. Like how, I mean, I don't know, there's this impression that I get that a lot of these American classes are just full of SJWs, but is that necessarily so?
Yes. I mean, from the experience I've had so far, I haven't heard anything. But I'm not really taking the kind of classes I would expect to see that in, but I don't know for sure yet.
I've had some pretty horrible experiences in some of my GE classes a couple years ago, and I can go into that if you want. But they were, the short of it, it was they were. I'm kind of a goody two shoes. I like to just follow the rules. I like to just do what I'm told.
Yeah, same here.
I was taking
Goody blue shoes.
Ironically,
Yeah.
for a show called Break the Rules. Yeah.
I was taking, when I had to take one of my GE classes, it was it was a American history course. My professor was like this horrific activist, and the students were like harassing me because I kept challenging him on things. It felt so worthless to me that I legit just got up and walked out of class because I couldn't take it anymore.
Wow, what kind of harassment are we talking here?
He was saying things like the United States Constitution is like intrinsically designed to oppress minorities, things like that. And then he quizzed us on it, and you'd get the point wrong if you didn't answer the question from that perspective.
What in the world
terrible.
is wrong with these people?
I know. He was also this guy. There's a video of him getting, my professor, I'm not going to say his name, but there's a video of him getting tackled in Occupy Oakland by the police. So that was pretty funny.
You should have wrote in the test that the Constitution was designed to oppress minorities, and by the way, that's based in red pilled. So
I was a libertarian at that point.
It's not doing enough to oppress minorities and
my
women.
God.
Oh man! By the way, we got John Gonzalez here, and John,
Hey.
as some of you guys may know, he is an expat from Venezuela. And John, this is it's a great pleasure to have you on again, man. And before we were talking about U.S. foreign policy, I don't want to forget this. I wanted to ask this of you. So when it comes to Venezuela's situation, where exactly do you stand on how involved the United States should be in, like what's going to go on there or whatever, like just in general, like being a United States citizen out? Are you a citizen, or are you like on the way, or what's the
Resident.
Resident?
I'm actually on an asylum pending for like a year already.
So
like I'm waiting for my interview of an asylum. It should happen like a year ago, but still waiting.
Well,
just we're working with a
Welcome to America. Should have happened a year ago.
After you wait certain time for your interview, you can apply for what is it called, like a work permit. So you stay here with a work permit until whenever you get your interview.
Well, they better let you fucking in, because, you are someone who actually knows what it's like to come from this communist country. And if only we could, like, switch you around with somebody else who's, like, a Marxist, just, like, do the old switcheroo.
Hey, man,
they'd be happy. You'd be happy.
If there is a Marxist watching right now, hit me on the DMs. I can offer you a lifelong salary, $500 each month. If you give me your citizenship and you go to Venezuela to my place, I get you a house, and I get you a $500 monthly salary for life. If you give me your citizenship, man.
Well,
how long is life? Like 2 years?
Till the state arrests you as a spy and saboteur.
Man, by the way, John, when we actually had a tanky on here, like a full-fledged commie, I think it was like her friends that ended up calling up my my family and harassing them on the phone. So it's
Your
like,
family? Damn.
Yeah. So I have
Why?
never had
Damn.
this experience. Like I've had people who are very far on the right, some of the people who are actually with us today on the
Howdy.
show. And they were
hello.
Nothing like
Oh.
this. Nothing like this happened at all. But as soon as you start going red, then like these things, I guess, end up happening. It's just, I don't know what exactly it is. I mean, I do know what it is. I mean, I think it is a kind of evil that gets manifested in people where they don't really care about, will this scare these other people? Will it hurt them? Will it impede on their private lives? Like, they don't give a fuck. And they do see you as a mortal enemy, and I don't think that there is any reasoning with them. But I don't know. That's just my perspective. As far as the ardent communists, John, that you know, would you say the same thing, like that they're beyond the point of being able to have any meaningful conversations with?
Very petty people.
It's just that I think that most of the people in that go in that direction are too emotionally involved to recognize something beyond what they believe. You know what I'm saying? It's like when you get like the idea becomes almost like a part of your life, a part of your family. So to reject your idea is to reject your own family, your own life. So it's what I think why they get to that point. Because, for example, in Venezuela, the ideology on the people that actually believed in Hugo Chavez and stuff, they took it as like for real. They believe that every day they will repeat Chavez speech or stuff like that, that somehow these wars of these beliefs or whatever will get involved in everything in their lives. There was no separation of politics and private life. No, everything was these political ideas. So it gets to a point where if you defy those ideas, or if you just don't disagree with those ideas, it's almost as disagreeing with them as people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could see that.
So sometimes they get this very, how would I call it? This very intense reaction to just debate, just words.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's gotten to the point that if they react this way, and if they're violent about it, and if people see down the line that they're going to be like this, if you're in the camp of somebody who's like your average NPR listening liberal person who doesn't really want to go in that direction, yet you still, for lack of a better word, open your legs up to whatever it is that you have to recite from now on because it becomes the dominant speech within your social circles, I can only see this spiraling more and more down. And when it comes to a lot of these publications like the New Yorker, New York Times, like how woke are they going to get until they can get no more woke, or until it's the breaking point that people will just decide to quit it altogether? Like, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to imagine, like, will it bounce back to normalcy, or will things still be going spiraling out of control? Like, what does the panel think? Whoever wants to input in on that.
I mean, I think that when you have big Hollywood personalities coming out and saying like, we have to be rational, we have to think through, you can't be that bad. I think that's a point when you see Hollywood freaking out about it. I think that you hit very high. I think you're too rough, man.
Is it working though? Like the Hollywood celebrities who come in and ask for, like, I don't know, like, I don't think people are paying that much attention to Bill Maher, at least not the extremists, and I don't think they're like Shantyman. What do you think?
I think people aren't paying fucking attention to them anymore, like mainstream media and shit. Like, I mean, I don't know anyone now that fucking goes to the news for anything, really. Like, I knew people that fucking, like, mainstream, very normie people that used to watch the 5 o'clock news every day for about 20 years, and in the last 8 months or so, they've just stopped.
But then what are most people who are, let's say, again, like, I went to a party back last year, a lot of... by the way, somebody has some background noise. I'm not sure who it is. I'm going to randomly mute people to see who it is. But, oh, now it's gone. Whoever muted themselves right now, you have the background noise. Okay, anyway, when it came to the people at that party, like, they were all like, Trump is orange Hitler mode, and they were repeating these same mantras over and over again. Like, where are they now mentally? That's the thing that I don't understand. Like,
they're about 10 minutes from midnight, I think. I think this November election, whatever way it turns out, is going to be the tipping point for a lot of them psychologically.
Yeah.
Meaning what? How would you define that tipping point?
Basically, they're going to think they're back in 1969 and they need to smash and like light trash fires until the system gives in and they have civil rights again, whatever that means to them.
See, that I don't understand, because right now we said that these celebrities, they're calling for peace, nobody's listening to them. So then the NPR listeners, if they're not listening to Antifa members, they're listening to NPR. So is NPR going to be going in that mode? And if so, like I don't know.
I don't think you'll have like the straight edge people like going out there and like go out there, burn it. I think they'll be running like cover and interference for it like they are now. Like they'll be excusing it. They'll be like doing like the 1984 shit where peaceful protest on the banner, and it's nothing but burning buildings in the actual feed.
Sure, but at a certain point, when it comes to their neighborhoods, like, wouldn't there be a point where it becomes too much
they'll push back. Yeah, like there's nothing ideological when there's people on your lawn and you have a weapon.
Mostly yes. I don't know if that's entirely
well.
true.
If you're an ideological person, there is, but if you're a normie person, I mean.
Well, that's the thing. I think lines are being drawn, and people are kind of pushing themselves to ideological positions more and more as these riots go on. I think this has been a massive.
Everyone's
push
picking a side. The fence is getting shaken, and all the sitters on top of it are falling to the left or right.
Yeah, exactly.
I would like to point something funny that I found when I came here for the first time. It's that before coming here, I was a bit concerned that everything was just this massively dangerous debate that I would get here, and everyone was just either pro-Trump or hate Trump, and that I would go to the street to the pizzeria or whatever, and there will just be people fighting over politics about whatever, about this candidate and stuff. And I was a bit scared, but when I got here, what surprised me was that even getting to New York, because I knew that New York was it was like a hot spot for anti-Trump ideas and stuff like that. But that's what I thought for coming here. And everything you see from the United States on the outside, it's just what you see in the news. It's chaos. It's everything's falling down. Trump is ruining the country and stuff like that. But when I got here, what's funny is that I went through maybe 6 months straight with any political conversation. Like nobody cared. Like for real, nobody cared. Everyone I spoken to, conversation with friends, with people and stuff like that. And I just had the impression that everyone was just going to be aware of everything, every debate, every idea, everything that's happening. But most people didn't care.
Come to the
the people that run this country live in a completely different world than everyone else. It really is astounding.
Well, maybe those are the fence sitters. Maybe those are the fence sitters we were talking about just now.
What, the people at the top? They're not sitting on the fence. They pick their side.
No. The people who don't care. Like the people that John was speaking with. Like, if they are more of the let me grill for God's sakes people, they're not going to be on the side of Antifa. So when it comes to seeing a lot of these media pieces portray Antifa as these noble underdogs and the Trump supporters as these, radicals, like eventually what is, John Thomas, the grill master, gonna do?
Well, once everyone knows, once the boomer decides to turn off the grill, that's when to go down. I mean,
to quote the great Louis Levi, it's either charcoal or lead. Make your decision.
Yeah, no. Once the boomer waffen division gets unleashed, it's I think we will start to see things go down. But
Hugh's army is assembling.
Yeah, but I think for a little while, I think things are going to start to cool down for a little bit, at least until the election ramps up, because I think there was a prominent leader of an in the Pacific Northwest who kind of made the message hey, we got to stop with the gun violence, because I think the public is I don't think anyone really who's a normie has much support for Antifa at the moment. So I think they kind of realize that if they keep doing shit like they're currently doing, no one's going to have any support for them. They're not going to have any institutional support. So
depends.
Depends. I'm not sure how much their leaders saying, "Hey, don't do this." Like this latest shooting here, the twin ones here with the Antifa member killing the guy in Portland, and the Blue Lives Matter guy popping the two people there in Kenosha. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's just set the stage for what the next 2-3 months are going to be. there's going to be more people shooting each other.
The statement was that, but yeah, I think I wouldn't put it out of the possibility that like more shootings happen, but I think they kind of, I don't think there's any one leader, but I did remember seeing after that someone who was a part of one of those, like pretty high up in one of those groups, did say he wanted things to stop, but whether that actually happens or not remains to be seen.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to see more violence, I guess is the optimist. I don't think so, because the problem is, I think that if people who are, I would say the Blue Lives Matter people, the pro-police people, if they see that some of these Antifa people start getting taken down, like their cells are broken up or whatever, and these people are arrested, I think that they won't instigate any further. I think the problem is if they think nothing is happening, then they're more likely to do something. But from what I've seen over the last few days, it seems like they're trying to step up, like the fact that they're actually doing something. People are being arrested, so on and so forth. So I think you're not gonna, as long as people don't feel like they're hopeless, they're not gonna go out in the streets. But if people feel like, innocent Americans are being targeted, then yes, you will have advancement. But I think that the rest of that guy last night that they shot the guy in cold blood, but it was a whole operation. So I think that and the harassment of Rand Paul leaving out of the RNC from the White House at the convention, those two things have changed the way that the DOJ is going to deal with these types of people, because Rand Paul was already almost killed once, like not even that long ago. So then to have these protesters on federal property attacking him again, that's kind of like crossing the line. So the first time
but Sophia, the Libertarian Party was saying that they were just people annoying him. They're not a big deal. They were just spooking him.
I could not even go to sleep because I could hear the fireworks from my window. So I was like, these are some giant fireworks. But I was like, oh my gosh, how are they going to get 1,000 people out of the White House safely? Because I've seen that what's going on like downtown. And I said, this is going to be, so I could hardly even go to sleep. I just kept looking. I said, Lord, please let these people get home safely, because the mayor's not doing anything about these people terrorizing the federal property. And the thing with DC is that if you are instigating whatever type of anything on federal property, you get a federal charge. That's not the local government declining to prosecute you. That's DOJ, coming down on you with a lawyer. So that's a totally different, with a prosecutor, that's a totally different thing. So these people are on federal property, which is why I was like, they're going to have and they have all the videos. So that's another thing. These people, I'm sorry, this is just change subjects a little bit. Did y'all see that police involved shooting in DC? I think it was yesterday or the day before. Did anybody see the video?
No.
What happened?
Okay, so there was let me tell you something. I was like, this is so hilarious. So there was a police involved shooting in DC. First of all, there's always police involved shootings in DC. It's almost always not the police fault, because everybody in DC has a gun and you're not supposed to. There's so many illegal guns floating around DC. It's actually insane. So the shooting happened in the hood too. And I was like, oh, this is probably not the thing they want to protest. So as soon as the shooting happened, it was like at 4:00. Black Lives Matter DC had put out a post on the internet like, oh, we're going to go rally at the spot. Let's go here, whatever. And I was like, where's the live stream? These people going to get shot at, because first the shooting was in the hood, like the hood, the actual hood. I said, if a bunch of white people show up there, they're going to be upset because these people going to shoot them. Like, y'all just don't go to the hood in DC. It's extremely dangerous. So I was like, okay, this is going to be hilarious. So they decided instead, I think the white people all went to Mayor Bowser's house to protest outside of her house, because some people did protest at the scene, and then they went over to the 7th district, which was the local police station. But though I didn't see no white people, they were angry, but there were no white people. And they were like, we want to know what happened. The mother doesn't know. She's so upset. And I was like, no, y'all know this man was wrong. So come to find out, the person who got shot, first of all, he was live streaming. That's how they knew he had a gun. First of all, someone called the police. A community member called the police because they saw these guys running around with guns. Then they were live streaming with the guns, like at least 4 or 5 guns, like in the live stream, talking about whatever it was they was about to do. So the police had seen the live stream. So they knew that the people were armed when they got to the scene. And so when they got to the scene, if you saw the video, it's like 7 seconds. The guy was like, the police officer had told the dude to stop running. Then he went to put up his arm, and the police officer said, don't move, don't move. Now, this was like 4 don't moves, and then he shot him. But he had his arm up. So they were saying, well, he was trying to throw the gun, this and that. I'm like, wait a minute. So you mean to tell me they identified the man via live stream that they initiated? They put a live stream on Facebook. Then they knew the person because they had previous interactions with the person. They knew this man by name. They knew exactly who he was. I said, there's no way his mother could say she didn't know he was in a gang or whatever. And DC doesn't have gangs. They have neighborhood like sets, cliques or whatever. And so he wasn't in a gang per se, but he was definitely in a neighborhood crew because that's how DC works. So they dropped that real quick because that whole thing was just like, nah, y'all know he was out here in these streets with some guns. And there had been a shooting, drive-by shooting, directed towards the police last week. So some of the stuff, like, I was just like, y'all really got this whole situation wrong. If y'all think y'all going out to protest that. So I thought that was funny because they thought they were going to come to DC and start a riot over this man's police-involved shooting, but they really picked the wrong one.
Let's start another riot over some jackass who is trying to cause more harm to society. Let's do more.
The giant federal fort.
Yeah.
He was definitely going to, and I thought the location was extremely interesting because where it was in the hood, but DC Fire is, like the EMS station where they take all the calls, 911 is right there. Bowling Air Force Base is right there, and Homeland Security is right there. So it's right in the middle of an area that is heavily surveilled anyway. DC is the most surveilled place in the country, but it's already in an area that's heavily surveilled. So the whole thing was just like, I think y'all should just leave this one alone and keep on moving because this man probably deserved it. I mean, in DC, there's always police involved shooting, and literally, it's almost always the person is like carrying an illegal gun or 5, you know.
I mean, that's what happened in LA too.
Okay. Someone else said that.
The guy in LA, he was being really shady. He was hiding like a gun in his jacket, and the cops were like, put your hands up, and he's like trying to like jitter around to get a better angle, and the gun falls out of his shirt and he goes to grab for it, and the cops shoot him, and then the people in LA start rioting like, they shot an unarmed man. It's like, yeah, he was unarmed because his gun dropped. By the way, shout outs to the guys in the feds in Portland that took care of that commie that shot the Trump supporter. That guy's now burning in hell.
By the way, do any of you guys think that is also kind of glowing in the dark, or is that a legitimate thing that happened regarding that guy? He was interviewed by Vice. Like, I don't know. What do you guys think?
They have to clean up their psyops, so no people.
Maybe he's not really. Maybe he's not really dead, and he was a federal agent the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, remember? Do you remember?
Just like Epstein.
Well, do we have the cam footage? Do we have the police cam footage of what went down there with that guy?
Yes, it's been released. Let me see if I can find the link. I'll put it in the chat.
I haven't seen it yet.
Do you remember a few years back around, I think it was after Charlottesville, there was like a protest or something, and there was a guy with swastikas all over him who looked like a stereotypical neo-Nazi, and then like a guy came up to like a black guy came up to him and he said like, why do you hate me? And he said, I don't know. And they hugged it out, and it was like racism was over. That
Did he give him a Pepsi Cola too?
No, the shooter for that looked like the exact opposite of that. Like the guy had the shooter had like the Black Power fist tattooed on his neck.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, did you see that he only got that Black Power tattoo like 2 months ago?
Yeah.
That he
was
was
it because of his
posting Instagram
girlfriend?
photos. Well, I don't know. He posted this Instagram photo where he had like probably like 100 hits of acid.
That's glowing pretty hard. I don't know, dude.
Yeah, and then right after that, before that, he had like years and years of Instagram photos where it was just like landscapes and just nothing. Then he posts a picture with like probably like $1,000 worth of LSD, and then he posts a picture of himself with the black power tattoo. So it's a little weird to me. I don't know.
I don't know either. That is pretty strange. But also, by the way, Hotep Sophia. Well, John, tell Hotep Sophia where the two of us met.
Oh, we met in Times Square. It was at a Subi. Is it Subi, right?
Yeah.
It's Subi meetup.
I'm sorry. I got into a Zuby got his followers on me earlier this week for this whole diaspora war thing. So you missed but even before that, he's just he's British. Why? And his music is whatever. I just can't. I'm sorry.
May I ask one thing? What do you mean by this diaspora war? What do you mean by that?
That's interesting. Okay, so Black people, well, the way that they teach Black American history is through the lens of the diaspora. And what the diaspora is basically all Black people originated in Africa and then sort of spread out across the world, which I think is fraudulent. So, but that's how it's taught. And so the diaspora war is usually what happens is people from the diaspora, we've been told that basically we're all Black. When, like I said before, Black was an American term. So now, wait, that's not it. I'm sorry.
That's a nice looking fireworks display.
I'm so sorry. I thought
imagine if that's what killed the guy.
I wish. That's awesome.
Continue. I'm looking for
They just firebombed him.
I'm so sorry. I got scammed. I thought that was the real footage.
Yeah.
So I'll keep looking. But yeah, so the diaspora is just like Blacks who are allegedly from Africa, and they spread out across the world, and so that's how you refer to it. So people used to be like, "Oh, those are my cousins in the Caribbean, or those are my cousins in Africa, or my cousins in whatever," because allegedly we all came from Africa. Like I said, I don't believe that anymore. I think it's kind of not true, but that's the best way to describe the diaspora, is just all of the different segments of Black people all around the world.
And now we got the team from... Yes?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to bring in some order in my mind, in my twisted mind, about, how the future world would look like based on this, notion of the circular city, this kind of, death cults and another cults in the American continent before the arrival of the white people, and so on. And one thing we were discussing earlier was the baggages we have with us from the ancient societies, and one thing I'm wondering about is all those pyramids, in the Central America, and I wrote to Lev earlier that there is, I mean, that reminds me of, have you seen the Dusk to Dawn, movie by Tarantino?
Well, not by Tarantino, by his friend.
The original, from the mid-90s with
Salma Hayek.
Yeah, all those guys and
Clooney.
They were, sure, and what was I mean, there were many famous actors there. George Clooney, of course.
Yeah,
it was
Batman.
Yeah, at the end of that scene, you saw that, okay, the white people were not welcome there, and the end of the scene was the whole picture. You saw that there were a lot of tracks and cars and here and there, um, um, you know, in the backside of this, entrance of the, twisted. I don't know what was the name of this nightclub, but it showed that there were a lot of serpents and vampires, Latin American, Mexican vampires, eating up white white people coming in, and the backside you saw that there were a temple, Maya temple, some kind of Latin American temple, where they were there was some kind of karma. So if you discuss in those terms, then you understand that there is something, layers of cultures, dead cultures coming back and taking revenge. And we had some kind of discussion, Zarathustrian versus Abrahamic Western. Wow, we have been assaulted 3,000 years, and now this is going to end, and hopefully peaceful, not that violent. And now I'm thinking of who were the Germans, and they identified themselves Babylon, Berlin. I'm trying to make sense. Okay, in Berlin.
You mean during the Weimar Republic?
Yes. Pardon?
During the Weimar Republic.
Yes, Weimar Republic, and even during the Third Reich. The Berlin Museum, one night on museum, actually in Berlin Museum, there were a documentary, and Hitler himself was so obsessed and so consumed by this port of Ishtar and the head of Nefertiti. That was, Ishtar to Nefertiti. That made you think of, that the ancient Persian Empire from Babylon to Egypt, and then the peace prevailed during the Achaemenid era, and then back to the and the India border and Central Asia and so on. So what I'm trying to say is that maybe we should see Europe as Berlin, in cubic, in mega Berlin, and the American continent as Egypt, with those pyramids, and then we can, see, okay, is there any chance that those, lower layers being destroyed, being suppressed, and they're bouncing back and making some karma of some kind, and bringing some kind of Indian philosophy on that. Oh, I'm back. I'm Shiva. I'm anything. I'm Kali, and
like the background behind me here, right?
Yeah, sure. You're the guy.
I'm the guy.
You are.
What is this about me being evil? Hold on.
You are that force. I knew you were that evil power.
Let's get back to this for a second. I'm not gonna let that go. What do you mean when you say I'm evil? Let's break this down. What are we talking about here?
This evilness is that the evil guys, the evil doers regards themselves that, okay, we're good guys, sometimes doing bad things, right? But we are necessary evil. But our opponents are pure evil. When you say break the rules, being Russian, that's enough. That's enough. You're guilty by association. Don't waste your time. You're doomed.
Oh my God.
You're doomed before okay, you're a bad guy doing nice things. Just because.
I'm also Jewish, by the way. Did you know that? I'm a Russian Jew. Did you know that I'm a Russian Jew?
That's excellent. That's excellent because
even worse.
Because when I'm not an expert on Nietzsche, but he told I wrote some there's some sentences that I remember well. And one thing was that it talked to the Europeans. There's two people that can, take over Europe anytime they want, but they don't do that. There's Russians and the Jews. The only thing they want is our respect, and we deny them that respect. And who's the we? And that's the French. Those, we are so fine, so cool. Yeah,
Oui.
that is yes, and the Germans are those barbarians, okay, taking over, and that you have that French way of being in the center and being treated. I mean, you have you're talking you talked about that pitbull. I mean, French. There's those, what do you call it? Poodle.
The French poodle. Yes. What about the
Poodle?
French
Yes.
poodle?
Poodle. But the Germans, the shepherd.
Oh God.
Oh my God.
They cannot help that.
Mehran, you are one of the best guests we have ever had. This is, woo!
This is so crazy, but this is so simple. This is so simple. I mean, okay. So the Germans can also do that. They have proved that, okay, we can do that too. So the French are those who deny us all those things. We are the classy.
Well,
don't waste your time
with the Russian Empire. The Russian Empire, for a long time, the nobility only spoke French. They forgot how to speak Russian.
Yeah.
Most of them weren't even. Most of them weren't even Russians. Most of them were like Catherine the Great. She was a German princess.
Yeah, and it doesn't
just
matter.
like the British.
Yeah. British royalty, like Russian royalty, like Tsar Nicholas. He was like cousins of the English prince. Like it was all an incestuous relationship. Those royals there.
Yes, and I mean, I have seen that film, The Ark. It is a masterpiece about this one night on the in the Leningrad in the.
Russian Ark. Russian Ark, yes.
The Russian Ark,
like
in the.
That is an absolutely beautiful film.
Yeah.
I fucking loved it.
It's a masterpiece in cinema. One shot. Yeah, and you see clearly that you are in the top of the art. It's you are done with this Western way of being, so you can see that this revolution is underway, because you cannot top this way of the aristocracy. It's so extravagant, it's so excellent, it's so perfect. So the only thing remaining is the destruction, and that came too. So the Russian Revolution, we can bring in all the politics, the wars, and the Jews and all those things, that the bankers and bring down the Russian Empire. But you could see that there is nothing more into this Russian Empire. It was done in many ways. So the only way remained was some kind of destruction. Maybe, I don't know, but maybe US is also going through this process. I don't know. Maybe you couldn't. I mean, where's the American dream? When I look at this, arts figures from Japan here and there, they're so disparate. There is no coherence in them. And what we need is a context. Okay, a playground. Let's talk about sushi. How can you, defining a culture, defining even a cult. This Mexican thing think me of, okay, let's start with the core of a cult. We nourish something, let it grow, and then we can do something else. And this kind of making pyramids, why not? Some kind of gods. Okay, suppose that we are in the ancient Egypt, we are in diaspora, or maybe we are at home. I don't know. When I'm thinking of Las Vegas. This pyramids and all those things. Okay, let's go for We are in Egypt, and the Nile is the Atlantic, Ocean. So I mean, Egypt, Babylon, and those things of using your imagination to think in those terms. And the same in France and Germany. Germany, Babylon, France, the Freemasonry. Once again, this Egypt thing, always there. So, okay, if you push the French into the ocean, the French are the enemies, right? Okay, they are hindering us from becoming civilized or being classy, earning our place on the top of the pyramid. When is that going to happen? Being that the top.
The eye of Providence.
Yeah, of course. I can say, okay, we need to make that to that Everest, Mount Everest, on the top. We will be on the top. So then we can, thinking of, okay, how would we create that creation, that monster, that architecture, and then we are going back to the ancient world. Where's those huge colossus of that Tower of Babylon? We are and this the colossus in Pharos.
Colossus of Rhodes.
Those. Oh, yes, of course. All those the perished in wars or earthquakes or whatever. Recreating some kind of future lost in some 3,000 years ago, before this Ahriman thing. If we assume that some kind of assault has been taken place and it's over now, this is I'm thinking about. Okay, let us think of America as the African continent, northern part and southern part, maybe.
Interesting.
Egypt.
No, these
Yeah.
are very interesting things to think about. I think someone's got an ice cream truck in the background. I'm not sure if that's me or
Oh
not.
God, yeah, you can hear that.
Yeah, I could hear that. I've got
Holy shit.
I've got
Whoa.
pretty good ears, don't I? But yeah, when it comes,
I'm getting hungry.
I know I'm getting hungry too. In fact,
You never stop now for some reason. I don't know.
No, we don't. Like, I think we could actually cut this one shorter today. I think we can go to final thoughts. But before that, John, I wanted to go back to foreign policy with you. So we were talking.
Sorry, Rolef. Just 1 second. It's just that I with the Zubi thing, and when the gentleman said that you are the guy, I unlocked this memory that I had from first time I met you. I'm sure everyone has a memory like this with Lev, because he's the guy. So I remember that I met you guys and we were talking about, I don't know, it was a very fast-paced conversation talking about basically everything that could ever existed. And I was there. We were a bunch of people. There was Jules looking at me with his green piercing eyes, making me uncomfortable with the sweet
Nuremberg
smile.
stare.
Yeah.
The Nuremberg stare.
The Jules stare, And then I don't even remember exactly what we're talking about. I don't remember anything besides the fact that all of a sudden Lev comes to me and it tells me, did you know that Sonic the Hedgehog actually has a lot of symbolic resemblance to this ancient civilization from 2,000 years ago? And I'm like, what? And he's like, yeah, for real. So the way that the character is drawn, and then the rings and stuff, and I'm like, damn, for real? And he took out his whole sheet that he has in his phone, breaking down every symbol on all the Sonic the Hedgehog series. And all of a sudden, I'm just reading some ancient civilization stuff that had to resemble with Sonic. All of a sudden, and Lev would tell me like 20-minute conversation telling me all the Sonic stuff.
Here we go.
That all the stuff from that civilization that Sonic were portraying on the games, and I was like just blown away.
So you guys see over here the Sonic the Hedgehog logo, and Mehran, do you see the screen?
Fellas, the ice cream truck is right there. Holy shit! I have to go.
Yeah, you hear that?
No.
So
see, this is the other thing that's wrong with Canada. Their ice cream trucks don't play turkey in the straw. This is a damn
this is a
shame.
different
This is a
one.
crime.
But you notice over here, so with Sonic the Hedgehog here, I'm going to get the screenshots separated for you guys. But you notice, Mehran, that the logo of Sonic the Hedgehog, it is very much like the Farvahar. So here is another, let's see if I can, see, go down here. Here we go. So you see over here? The Farvahar and the Sonic the Hedgehog logo. Mehran, what do you think? I can't hear you. You're muted right now. You gotta unmute yourself. Mehran's talking. I cannot hear him. He has to unmute himself. There we go.
Okay, do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is from Japan, but you know, the Mazda car company, Mazda, even their symbol is a stylized, this Farvahar. So, I mean, these Japanese, I mean, they are embracing the whole Asian world, not being that, orthodox or dogmatic about things. So that means that, okay, we are universal, and the Japanese obviously show that they can do that. So they use the word Mazda for their brand. So that is nothing new, but that's great.
So you see over here, I wrote, the universe will go through 3 eras: creation, the present world, where creation is under attack, a final state where Septimainu will dominate and Ahura Mazda prevail. All the universe will revert to its pure state, and the souls trapped in darkness will be released. So the interesting thing, Mehran, I don't know if you've ever played Sonic the Hedgehog before. It was released around like 1991. That was the first Sonic the Hedgehog video game for the Sega Genesis. The game, so in the
You
game,
just had to make me feel old. Good Lord.
No, you're not.
This
We've all got our lives ahead of us.
I need to look. I need to have a closer look on this, because this is pure education.
So the idea here is that these monsters, so these robots that you fight and that you jump on as the hedgehog, these robots have little animals inside. So the Dr. Robotnik or Dr. Eggman, he takes the poor defenseless animals and he puts robots, like he puts them in the robots, so they become the robots that you then have to destroy. And when you destroy the robot, out of its shell comes the innocent little creature who then runs around. So that's the basis of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Dr. Robotnik.
Yeah, Dr.
That's
Robotnik.
great.
Another interesting thing,
Now
by the way.
imagine that's one of the first conversations you have with someone.
I think this is great. What I mean, one of the mission should be for as a cultural activist, what is relevant to know. I mean, we are so exposed to so much noise, and bringing the order. What is important to know? Where can you trace deep knowledge, deep understanding of things in computer games, in pop culture? I mean, Zizek is telling a very interesting, aspect when he did his own video or his own, movie, dressing himself in different shapes and so on. Zizek, I don't know if you have seen his own, movie. But one of his points was, everything you see is ideology. Everything is ideology. So bringing in, the ideology behind, and the good ideology, the constructive one, so that we can, we can move beyond this state of chaos. We are,
Wait, did you say we have to move beyond the state of cows?
We can absolutely.
Wait, cows like moo, like.
Yeah.
So we have to move.
Cows. We have
to move.
Okay, state of cows. That is model. This is also this.
Cows.
Oh, amazing.
You know, during your talk, I was just receiving a message. I have to, look at that. There is a, news clip talking. There's some guy, Michael Malouf. I don't know. He's a famous guy talking about the French has no chance against Iran and China regarding Lebanon, because the French government, Macron, has been around in the region, and he's been, pressing on the Lebanese corrupt government to make huge reforms. Otherwise, you will be, without our support or financial help or whatsoever. And this is a struggle going on, and this Moloch is sort of
Moloch.
Lebanese god. Maybe we can see
Moloch, Mo problems. Yes.
beyond all those havocs.
Well,
Yeah.
Moloch is an interesting god when it comes to that. You guys know that statue of the bull that you put the person into? What do you call it?
The brass bull?
Yeah, but there's a specific name for it, not just brass. The something bull, where you put them into the bull and then you have a fire under the bull, and then it makes a noise.
And you cook people in it.
Yeah, very interesting. I'll remember it later on. But anyway, yeah. I just think all that is bullshit. You shouldn't do that to people. See, why am I the evil one? I'm the one who's speaking against Moloch. I'm the one who always says Moloch, Mo problems.
I think this evilness is, of course, I'm joking, because you're the, at least offering a place, a fireplace, so that we can try to see what's going on, sharing experiences, talk about things that matter to us, small things, big things, all those between, past time, future, present, non-ideologic, non-dogmatic, and things like that, and not being satisfied with the state of things.
Definitely. That's
I
what
mean,
we're
what
doing
do you
this
mean?
for.
What do you mean by breaking the rules? This is so messianic. I mean, is that okay? This is not okay. You're not everything else that being conservative, and we are, maybe, I don't know what's the driving force inside us. Why am I as I am?
Well, this brings us back to Kundalini. This is why I mentioned Kundalini before.
Evolved. I mean, you're maybe born in Russia, but migrated to US. I don't know, but
yeah. I was born in St. Petersburg.
So you are from the Ark.
Yeah.
You are from the...
I am. Yeah, exactly. But
yeah, you're one of your kind. Deluxe Ark.
Yeah, no, definitely. But when it comes to something like Kundalini, for example, I think this is...
You survived.
I did survive. Yeah. No, I mean, here's the thing, Behran. I think that my life and just my survival in general has been something very, very strange and peculiar. In other words, I am one of those people that there is no real explanation as far as why am I here? Why is it that I had the connections that I made over time? Why is it that very, very strange things happen in my life that would otherwise, there was no reason for them to have ever happened? So I think that there is a certain trajectory. Fate grabbed me and is moving me just through a particular maze into a certain place where now I'm here. I'm talking with some of the most interesting people, yourself included, on the internet, where we talk about all these things and gain new subscribers. I don't know where else we'd find conversations like this today. I think this is a really rare thing.
I don't think so.
It's because you're Jewish.
Yes, maybe. Maybe you're right about that. No. I really do think that there is something going on here.
It's because you don't fight against nature. There's a lot of people who, when they find themselves in these magical situations, they fight it. And so the more you fight it, the more you get more fighting. But if you just sort of go with the flow and like these people who micromanage every second of the day, or they micromanage every dollar that they make, there's no space for magic to come into their life, or God, or whatever you want. There's no space for a miracle. And so when you open yourself up to those sort of things to flow through you and not just hold them to yourself or reject them, because there's so many people who either hold it to themselves or they reject it. And so I think that's, I think you have a collection of people here who all draw in from that energy. And there is no other place where you have a conversation.
Entirely
no one
agree.
ever knows what I'm talking about, and I know about 10% of what you guys are talking about, but I still find it to be fascinating, and most people can't really deal in those type of situations, especially academics. They either have to be, dominating the conversation all the time, or, they have to know about it to even find interest in it. So I think, this is the direction we need to be headed as a universal body of people towards these type of things, where we're open and receptive to the energy to flow through instead of letting it either build up or just completely rejecting it. So that's
There's something really soothing as well about listening to hours of something that you don't actually understand.
That is well said. I mean, I think that there may be some Jewish component in that if what we're in right now is some kind of a game of reality, and the Jewish people have been around for a very long time, I think that there may be some alchemical process that's going on the earth that would have, let's say, the Jews be involved much more within this alchemical project than any other people. Just because, think of it, all these civilizations have come and gone, the Jews have still remained. So there is something going on here, spiritually speaking, that may speak to some thing that
I know they won't go away. It's terrible. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, didn't we try to knock them out already? Come on, man.
But see, this is what happens. The more you try to knock the Jews out, the less it actually works and ends up backfiring. Like, this is why I said, like, if people really want the Jews not to exist anymore, all they have to do is just stop attacking them and let them integrate into the greater whole. Because in a way, ironically, it is the attacks that have been going on the Jewish people that made them, like, keep to themselves as this cohesive unit. But once the attacks are off, then things become different. Somebody has something on their video, by the way.
I'm not entirely sure.
Somebody had something on their video right now. Okay, I'm not hearing that anymore. The idea being is that, like, if they were fought against...
May I add something else?
Yes.
I want to add something else. I agree completely with the previous speakers. I want to add, you are a very open-minded person, number one, and there is all the time and want to direct it in this certain direction, but you support this flow. So you facilitate this conversation so that you stimulate me to open myself even more. So you're sort of a priest, some kind of, I don't know, some kind of priest, but your name is, maybe more like General Polyakov, some kind of commander, right? In a digital era, leading some kind of forces of diversity, but also divinity, because people around here are interested in the metaphysics and supernatural, everything. So people feel that we can discuss all those things bothering me, and channelizing through you and getting out and aired and shared and all those things. And let's see what will happen. I have a lot of you. I will share them with you, especially with you, because you have those, what Alexander Bard is calling this, this phallic vision. There is a focal point that you can direct your dreams, questions, theories, everything, and this kind of interaction going on, and something new coming out of this. So after this conversation, I really suppose that maybe we can, put our heads together to direct into certain direction toward, sort of a utopia, sort of a common dream. That's what I think. That is what I think is needed, because Verweke is talking about the crisis, the meaning crisis. Have you heard of that?
No.
Verweke?
That sounds. So
Yeah.
How do you spell that?
Verweke. It's a professor from some university talking about the meaning crisis in West, mostly from the Christian Western perspective, but is quite known in certain.
Gio, do you know who this person is?
I don't know. I'd have to see the actual.
How do you spell his name?
Out.
Yeah, Verweke. I can send you his name and some links. Is okay. And he is discussing, this meaning crisis. Where is the meaning? Where is the point? And all those, discussion about the end of the American dream, the end of this, Cartesian way of looking at things, separation of body and mind, and science and belief, and all those things. And it's going toward the holiness and the healing, all those things that regarding human life as something sacred and value, with our lives and heads and minds and everything together toward a future, because collaboration is the only way.
I agree. Collaboration.
So you are manifesting all those future. Yeah.
Well, I'm definitely doing as much as I can to do that. So is everybody.
Idea.
By the way, I'm not sure if this computer is turning into a pumpkin right now, because
fantasy world, I have some kind of this cultural, a collaborative. What was that? Yeah, wait a minute. Some C's, collaborative culture capital or culture processing unit, CCCPU, something.
Wait, is that CCCRU, the Nick Land?
SSSR.
Gio,
yes, but translate some kind of computer, CCCPU. Culture processing unit, CPU.
Can I ask, did you say phallic vision earlier?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Phallic vision is a term defined by Alexander Bard. And it is a Swedish.
Of course.
Yeah. and he's talking about this vision of becoming adult, becoming moving toward a common dream, a God. The phallic vision is the manifestation of the God, right? And the common dream. This is we should have some to talk about the idea word of Alexander. Once again, maybe near future, having him with the Georgiani and other guys, who knows?
Definitely.
But he has a very interesting idea from his interpretation of the Zarathustrian belief. But he has another, Western approach to the Iranian, vision of the future, which is shared by Nietzsche, of course, and many others, is Heidegger and so on. So this phallic vision is one of his key words when he talk about, the utopian society, about the migration, eventology and so on, and migration and exodus. It's talking very much about exodus.
Yep.
And of Jewish people.
Well, we're all going through an exodus right now with people moving out of the cities and going more into the suburban areas. So we'll see what happens there. I also want to get to Finimist, who's joining us right now. We are not going to be going that long today, but I just wanted to get your take. I mean, you are living in the Middle East right now. All kinds of things you've encountered along the way. And we have Mehran here, who is living in Sweden, but originally from Iran. So it's interesting for me to get both like someone who is Arab and someone who is Persian on the same show together. So Finimist, can we hear you?
Hello, yeah, I can hear you. What's the main subject besides the weird anomaly thing?
So other than the weird anomaly thing, we were talking about foreign policy before, and this is actually something that I also you just made me remember. I wanted to get John Gonzalez's take on this. We were talking before about how the United States should mind its own damn business and how we should focus more on the problems that are going on inside of this country and not really meddle in the affairs of the other countries. But the only retort that I had to that is when it comes to other countries like Russia and China expanding over time, for the people who have experienced what it's like to live in a freer environment to all of a sudden be enslaved by these despotic regimes, to me, that's not really something that, is that good of a move. At the same time, I don't know where exactly the limit is where, you don't want your own people to sacrifice themselves for, countries that have nothing to do with yours. I could see that part of it too. But I don't know, like John Gonzalez, where do you stand on this U.S. relationship to other countries, including Venezuela?
Well, in the case of Venezuela, I think I have a very, very, very unbiased opinion. To be honest, it's hard for me to think outside of the need of getting rid of what's happening in Venezuela, because the United States, it's the only country in the world that has actually done something for Venezuela, because the rest of the countries for the last 15 years have been just either taking advantage of Venezuela in the way of having good relationships with Chavez, will be will bring them as consequences as having good money, whatever, some stuff from Venezuela for free, or just with the idea of the independence of every country, just didn't do anything to protect the region in a certain way. You have to. I mean, every country it's responsible for their own mess. But when the disaster on your country becomes a disaster on our your neighbors, and exponentially growing the size of your neighbors to go into people that are a bit far away, far more away from you, you can't just let that go away from your hands. You have to take control over that. Countries like Colombia, Chile, Peru, Ecuador, these countries that are neighbor countries in Latin America, they have directly suffered from what happened in Venezuela. They have had massive migrations to their countries. They have a lot of shortages of economic, what do you call it? Let's say economic business with Venezuela.
Mm-hmm.
Not getting into all the details of all those things, but it has impacted them in that way. And in the last 5 years, they have done nothing, absolutely nothing. There is this idea of all the countries in the world are helping Venezuela because all of them recognize the situation in Venezuela. Like when Juan Guaido came, the first time Juan Guaido came as the new president of Venezuela, all the countries recognized Juan Guaido. That was the big news. Like most of the world is being united in helping Juan Guaido and stuff. Blah, 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 blah. But the only country that took action from the first day with Juan Guaido or against Maduro was the United States. Most of the countries recognize Guaido, but we're still having deals or just managing their foreign relations with Maduro just normally or regularly. It was after the United States started making it to Maduro and everyone near Maduro that the rest of the countries actually first scrutinized the United States for doing it, and then they follow. They first were against the United States actions. For example, England, Canada. I remember the first sanctions that were actually under Obama's administration. I think it was Obama on 2012 did to Maduro. I remember that basically every other country were like the United States again meddling in the economies and the independence of other nations and stuff for their own interests and blah 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 blah. And now this last year, Canada, England, and a lot of other countries in Europe, I think now that have been taking sanctions that shut down all the relations. Economic relations with Venezuela and so on and so forth, after they scrutinized the United States, because it is just expect that people vote for it to go away because there's no way, there's absolutely no way for that to happen. So, my personal, I really hope. I mean, I'm very hopeful that the United States is not gonna let a lot more time happen in giving Venezuela free pass, giving Maduro like a free pass some time to affect me. You know, my family is there, and even if I send money from here, situation there is so bad that sometimes you have the money, but you can't find anything. Basically, anything. You can find no gas for your car. You can find no food for the.
By the way, guys, we have a bit of a problem. We seem to have gone into robot mode with this audio. I don't know what's going on. It says low system resources may affect your audio quality. Try closing some applications to improve performance. I don't have that many applications on. I just have Zoom, and I have OBS, and I have the browser window open. Has anybody ever experienced these kind of problems before? Because this is the third time this has happened. It never happens in the beginning. It only happens like later on. So I don't know if anybody has had these problems before. I have a new computer. This shouldn't be happening. So I don't know if anybody has any comment on that.
You're glitching a bit, though. I could.
It was bad, man.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, I have no idea why exactly this is happening. I wish it didn't, obviously, but it may be a sign that we have to cut this particular broadcast off, and I will investigate and find out why exactly this is going on. So it's
very good.
Yeah, Amansad, who says maybe it runs on some sort of cache that has filled. And Martin K says Maduro tanky collaborator interference.
Whoa.
Yeah. So yeah, I want to find out why this is going on. This makes no sense. This is a new computer. It shouldn't be happening. So we are going to get to the bottom of this. But I want to go to Finimist for the last words because Finimist, you had not a chance to speak that much. So in general about U.S. foreign policy, if you have anything you want to say, I really hope it's... and also Wong Karwai Superfan says... I doubt it's a hardware issue, Lev, at least a hardware issue on your end. I don't know, man, because, like, right now my mouse is also, like, it stops moving, you know, like, everything's just become all glitchy, and so I don't know. I'll figure out what exactly is going on here. It's really weird. And anyway, Finimist, you are on.
Yeah, I don't think that U.S. meddling is ever gonna stop. Like this is the nature of globalism. It's at this point it's become in like technically in everyone's favor, but economically for the U.S. to meddle. It's not that I quote unquote support it. This is just as they say, part of the wheel turning. It's just gonna keep happening until something changes along history's timeline. Because if you think it's the rational decision for the U.S. Like you need material resources that aren't found anywhere else except for isn't on your side economically or politically. There's nothing you can do about it. You have to meddle, otherwise the entire model you've built fails. Like certain metals, raw metals that are only found in computers, and this is one of the reasons America's so butthurt about North Korea not being on their side. And since the Korean War, this is one example. So yeah, okay, you want them to globalized world, whatever, but what's that gonna lead to? You can't stop it. It's just the way it's gonna happen, and you have to ride the tiger, as they say. Deal with it. Things are just gonna happen on their own. That's my take on it. I don't really read much about politics, but this is what it seems to me.
I agree with you, and I'm riding the tiger by getting rid of the btr-chat right now to see if this may change anything. Maybe not. No, it's still glitching out. It's not the btr-chat. I don't know what it is. Anyway, I guarantee to everybody here, I'm going to get to the bottom of this. I'm going to contact the best people. We are going to find out why this glitch is occurring, because this is a new computer. It should not be occurring on this computer. Anyway, this is going to be the official end of tonight's episode. Join us on Tuesday for the Satanist stream. We are going to have Satanists on, real Satanists. Yes,
dear.
That's going to be
I'm gonna have to
very.
bust out my holy water.
That's going to be very exciting.
Although you see some of these Satanists, you will.
Geo. Go to confession.
You are
my
so
dude.
great. You are the general.
Man.
The
All right,
commander.
guys. I'm
You're
gonna.
not the general yet.
Here you go.
I'm gonna stop this stream right now. I'm really curious as far as why, like the hardware encoder. It's...
By the way,
yeah.
Just it's something I received. I saw a Twitter on Albert Pike. It was about a book, 700 pages long book about Zand Avesta. And you know, Albert Pike is not anybody. He's the grand, the grand Masonic figure, and you should take a look on his book.
Yeah, where he
Before that,
worship Satan and all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, we're definitely going to get to Pike soon. I read a little bit of that Morals and Dogma book, so I'm interested in finding out more about him as well. So anyway, guys, thank you very much for watching. I really appreciate this. As always, don't forget to go to patreon.com/breaktherules with a 3 and become a patron, and also go to, subscribe. Like always, leave a like, click that damn bell so you see this every time, and Satanist stream on Tuesday. Subscribe, and we will see you all later.